Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Here. Did you hear me,
Gina
Jerry?
Barros,
Here.
Tion Brooks, Eric Brusitis,
Here.
Tom Burrows,
Here.
Iris Cabrera,
Here.
Phil Caponegro,
Here.
Frank Carbone.
Here.
Frank Carbone,
Here.
Stephen Chesler,
Here.
Michael Chiricella,
Here.
Teresa Cinthiotta,
Here.
Giovanni D'Amato,
Here.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Here.
Arthur Divinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Here.
Arthur Divinowski, Julia Amanda Foster,
Harry Michael Churchill is present.
Chairperson Fuller,
Here.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Katie Horowitz, Sonia Iglesia,
Here.
Moisha Indig, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Present.
Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Here.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Here.
Sante Maselli, Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Mario Dobrik, Janice Peterson, Dana Racklin,
Present.
Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer,
Oh, no.
Robert Solano,
Here.
Del Teague,
Here.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Here.
Maria Vieira,
Here. Here.
Stephen
Present.
Weidberg,
Here.
Simon Weiser,
Jerry, did you get me? Did you grab Carbone here?
yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
24 members, Madam Chair, which is not enough for a quorum.
Julie
Wait,
Foster's here.
Bogdan,
Did you,
Bogdan Bachorowski is here. Bogdan Bachorowski is present.
Katie Denny Horowitz is here.
Jerry, if I may, Bogdan is here.
So we now have 26. We have a quorum.
Joel Gross is here. You hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Gross, that's 27.
Julia Foster's here. Do you hear me?
Yes.
That's
Jerry,
28.
you got me in. Jerry, you got me in. Bogdan,
Yes, Bogdan.
thank you.
Okay, so the count went up, right? Okay. Okay, we'll get started. We are having lots of complaints about our meetings and how long they last. So tonight, we're going to the B rule. during the whole meeting. For those of you who do not know what the B rule means, it is be brief, be bright, and be gone. If you have a question, we'd like you to form it as a question and not as a short story disguised as a question. So let's all be conscious of time, because I got a lot of complaints about the meetings running too late. People have families, they have children, they have jobs. So let's be aware of that, okay? And if the board members want to ask a question, please raise your hand in the chat. If there's others that want to ask a question, put it in, the panelists. If you got a question, you put it in the chat. If it's a question, then Sonia will tell me there's a question. Okay, so tonight's agenda, we're gonna go to item, due to time constraints, we're gonna go to item number 3. And then we'll come back to item number 2, okay? Item number 3 is 824 Metropolitan Avenue. Ms. Lauren George. Ms. George, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome.
My name is Lauren George, and I'm with C&B Consulting, representing 824 Metropolitan Avenue rezoning. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Lisa Orantia, who is Land Use Counsel with Ackerman. And we would like to share a presentation. Lisa, do you have the presentation ready to share?
Yeah, can I share the screen, please?
Is someone available to give us screen sharing privileges?
Yes.
Thank you. To Lisa, do you have it?
Not yet. Oh, okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so this is, thank you for having us back to present the project again. This is an application for rezoning. Lauren, would you mind muting?
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't know why not.
Thank you. Application for rezoning and mapping of a mandatory inclusionary housing area. So we did a pre-certification briefing to the Land Use Committee May 3rd, and our project was certified by the City Planning Commission on May 17th. The applicant for this application is 824 Metropolitan Avenue owner, LLC, and Michael Kuberski is here tonight to answer questions. Michael is a Brooklyn resident. He lives in Ditmas Park. He's been there for 13 years, lives with his wife and his kids attending public school. With his father, he's developed and improved and managed about 200 units in East Williamsburg since 2001. He owns and operates with his sisters a vegan restaurant in Brooklyn called Modern Love on Union Avenue. And he bought the development site in 2017 with the idea of creating a new building with affordable housing, and that maintains neighborhood diversity. The project area is about 19,000 square feet. It's at the southeast intersection of Metropolitan and Bushwick Avenues. And the development area is outlined in red on the screen. That area is 7,500 square feet. The proposed actions are to rezone from a C82 to a R7A with C24 overlay. And that would extend the existing R7A to the north and east. Also to rezone from R6B C24 overlay to R7A C24. And that would relocate the R6B boundary to the east and maintain the overlay. And then there's a small rezoning. It affects about 30 square feet at the back of one zoning lot. It's really just to straighten the district boundary line. And again, the second action would be to map a mandatory inclusionary housing area. So the site is at the intersection of Bushwick Avenue and Metropolitan Avenue and Orient Avenue. It's currently zoned C82, which allows commercial and community facility uses as of right. Residential uses are not permitted in the C82. So as of right uses include retail stores and personal service establishments, home maintenance and repair services, large retail, custom manufacturing, and automotive and semi-industrial uses like glass cutting, welding, and small machine shops. Typical uses in C82 are auto showrooms, auto repair shops, warehouses, gas stations, car washes. And they're mapped mainly along major traffic arteries with a concentration of auto uses. There's no height limit in the C82. Buildings are limited by a sky exposure plan. In the portion of the project area that's R6B, that allows as of right residential and community facility uses, and typical developments are 4 and 5 story residential. So the surrounding area is mostly residential. It's got some mixed commercial and residential and non-conforming manufacturing along Metropolitan Avenue. There are only 2 automotive uses in the C82. There are no semi-industrial uses. A lot of the auto-related uses have transitioned out. The gas station on the southwestern corner of Bushwick Avenue and Metropolitan is now closed. And there was a 1-story factory across the street from the site that's now operating as a bar. And down the street on Metropolitan to the east is a former 3-story factory that's being converted to a 4-story residential building. This image lets you see the surrounding area and identifies taller buildings in the area. These are 6 to 9-story buildings, and they're located 2 blocks away from the site to the northeast and to the southeast. So site conditions, here we're looking directly at the development site. One tax lot is unimproved and it's used for small truck and auto parking. That's about 5,000 square feet. And then next to it is a small 3-story building, residential building dating back to 1910. That lot is about 2,500 square feet. At the corner off to the right of these images is a gas station, and to the left of these images is a 3-story residential building. As I said earlier, the rezoning only affects about 30 square feet in the backyard of that neighbor building. So the proposed zoning districts, this is an area that can accommodate an increase in bulk and density, and it can support the introduction of a residential use because it's at the intersection of these 3 streets. It has access to public transportation, and there are nearby commercial overlays that can support local retail needs. The proposed district allows the same range of residential, community facility, and commercial uses that are allowed in the adjoining R6B C24 district. And it also will allow the same commercial uses as are allowed in the C82 district, except that the large retail, custom manufacturing, large entertainment, and auto and semi-industrial uses will no longer be allowed. The new district will create a logical transition between the mixed-use commercial corridor and the adjoining gas station onto the residential R6B district to the north and east. In some, I'm just going to go back to that slide. In some, We're proposing a relatively small extension of the R7A district to allow for new housing that will include affordable housing. And it's a modest increase in the height that would be allowed in the adjoining R6B district, which is 5 stories, in order to construct an 8-story building. At this broad intersection, the new building will be supplied with light and air to support added density, and an underutilized lot will be developed and put to a productive use. The proposed development is a new 8-story mixed-use building. It'll have 27,500 square feet of residential, and there will be 6,420 square feet for commercial use. The number of dwelling units was initially proposed to be 36, but we heard the community's desire for adding 3-bedroom units, and now the dwelling unit count is 34. So as I said, 3-bedroom units were added to the bedroom mix, and now the proposed is 6 studios, 19 1-bedrooms, 7 2-bedrooms, and 2 3-bedrooms, sorry. There will be approximately 9 MIH units, and those will be an equal distribution of the total. So that means 2 studios, 4 1-bedrooms, 2 2-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom. The building will have a 15-foot setback above the 6-story, 15-foot setback from the street, and it'll also have a 25-foot setback from the adjoining R6B district boundary. The top 2 stories are only going to consist of 2,500 square feet, that footprint. There's no on-site parking. There are 7 spaces required for the commercial use and 12 spaces required for the residential use, but the zoning regulations allow these spaces to be waived. The developer is looking into installing a network hub on the roof that's capable of providing high-quality broadband and Wi-Fi to the building residents and the larger community. And that would be for about $5 to $20 a month. We're also looking into incorporating sustainable development features into the building, like solar panels on the roof, high efficiency windows for better insulation, and energy efficient appliances. In addition, there's going to be outdoor recreation space at the 2nd floor terrace and the 7th floor terrace. We heard the community's concerns about affordability, and we've switched from applying option 2 to the development to option 1. This will provide a deeper affordability. And again, we've added 3-bedroom family-sized units. So approximately 9 of the 34 units will be inclusionary housing units, 4 units at 40% AMI, 2 units at 60% AMI, and 3 units at 80% AMI. This slide shows the income levels at the 40%, 60%, and 80% levels based on family size. And this last slide shows rent levels for these units at these AMI levels. Last is a aerial view with a rendering of the proposed building. You can see some of the taller buildings in the area to show context. These taller buildings in the area are also, they also contain more units. They're on larger size lots. So for example, the 8-story on Metropolitan and Humboldt has 80 units, and the 2-story buildings, the 2 7-story buildings of Bushwick and Grand have 96 units. So in comparison, this building is only going to have 34. And that concludes our presentation.
I also want to just Sorry, this is Lauren. I wanted to just add that the administering agent for the affordable units has been selected, and that is going to be St. Nick's Alliance, a community-based nonprofit that does multi-services. I'm sure many of you are very familiar with the organization. And Frank Lang has joined us tonight in case there are any questions about that aspect.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Del Teague, I just wanted to say something. It's not a question, but I'm happy to see that you really did address some of our concerns. Want to just mention that.
Thank you. Rob Solano?
I had a question from that committee. If you can follow up with an answer when you came to the committee, was the current council member and the interim council member have objected to MIH projects, and they're only interested in 100% affordable rezonings. Have you made any headway with that? Because there currently is that stance. And so can you speak to that?
I mean, I would say we've spoken to the council member and the chief of staff of the current council member about the project. And I can't characterize, their position on the project, but they've been open to it and, eager to see how the ULURP process develops. But I would say generally supportive of a project that's pretty small and providing 9 permanently low-income affordable units thus far.
Excuse me.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair. So Ackerman had a previous project in 2018 on 128 Forest where they were also proposing MIH, where the council member was very clear that that would not fly, and you guys let go of that project. Why would you have the confidence in this project that you think you can get another MIH in after you've been denied the first time around?
I mean, I could just say that I think we're confident that this project has community benefits that will be borne out, and we're giving it a try.
I have a question and I can't find the hand to raise.
Okay, well, you're not next. Elkins?
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a few questions. So first was about if you could clarify, this is a proposed rezoning for that, including the area that's the gas station as well?
Yes.
Okay, and so who owns that property and what is, like, it seems odd to redevelop a site that no one else is, that someone else may be owning the property of without a commitment for affordable housing and whatnot.
Well, this does come with a commitment. So the rezoning includes the mapping of a required 25% of any residential floor area to be affordable. So whatever happens on that site, there will be that for sure. And, my understanding is that.
Can you clarify who owns the property?
Yes, I think. Lisa, do you have that information offhand?
I think it's owned by Marathon Petroleum. I mean, it's actually owned by the company, the gas company. It's not a. So yeah, it's directly owned by Marathon, and who owns what's the name of it?
Speedway.
Yeah, Speedway. Yeah.
Well, others certainly have more experience with the history of this, but it seems a little odd to me for a developer of an adjacent property to be proposing a rezoning of a property that's not theirs. So curious what people in the land use committee have to say. And then the other is a question you mentioned that you're considering having solar panels on top and energy efficiency of whatever appliance, which is kind of the bare minimum, but does this not follow under the current city council guidelines of requiring solar or green roof on top of the building?
Yes, it does. That is a new local law that was passed, I think, 2 years ago. So
okay, so
yes, it's required to be either.
You're not considering doing that. You have to do that.
Definitely doing that.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's it.
Jan Peterson?
Yeah, since I can see, I live in the middle of this whole thing. And Frank, you're there. I think, has there been really a good meeting with all the people that are going to be totally affected by this major development process going on? I mean, this is right in the middle of Breck, and I don't know, maybe I missed it, but I haven't seen that there's been a meeting with all the people that live within this 5-block radius. Is
I
he there?
don't, yeah, no, I'm here. There has not been a collective meeting. This came to St. Nick's very recently. This wasn't
So
really
this is a good idea, though, but can we have a meeting on this? This is a lot of stuff being thrown out that there's many questions around besides all the gas pipes and everything else that's going on in that area. I think we need an intense look with the people that live on those blocks.
Sure, Ms. Peterson, we're happy to meet with you and your organization or the group you're speaking of. So
Okay.
we can
And
follow
people
up.
that all live, because I know the people that are living near me don't have any idea that all of this, they know something has to go on sometime. I'm not, we're in Williamsburg. We aren't totally dead, but I don't think that people are quite well aware of the amount of scale of what is happening, other than they hear pounding all the time. So that would be very good if we could set up a meeting locally, maybe over at St. Nick's.
Sure, I'll look to the board to follow up with you directly and get your.
Or at St. Francis Church, we're right there,
Yes.
Okay,
you can-
thank you. Sonia, is there any questions in the chat? I don't see any
I'm
more
sorry, the
hands.
other one I had is that when you,
I don't-
wait.
I don't see
have two
anything in the-
questions.
Sorry, I don't have any in the chat or the Q&As.
Okay, thank you.
But Del Teague, I have another question. Two things. First of all, if you're going to have a meeting, then please try to let the land use committee know the results of that meeting before June 28th, because we're having our committee on June 28th. And second of all, Willis, I don't understand what your question was about the gas station.
The question is there an example, or is this common practice? This is a developer-led rezoning proposal, and they're also proposing to rezone a property that is not theirs. So I don't really fully understand how that property owner fits into this or seeks to benefit from a rezoning that they're not part of the application for.
So I think, Lisa, do you want to address the land use rationale and city planning's review of the district we're proposing?
Yeah, this is a very important question, actually.
Yes, it does happen actually quite frequently. It's not done with no awareness of the property owner. There's definitely consultation of the neighboring property owner. But Lisa, I think you're best positioned to answer the question.
And I had my hand up about the question of the parks that you're saying, that the outdoor space that are.
Sorry, you're muted, Lisa. I don't think you're aware of that.
Okay.
We'll get to the outdoor space in just 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lisa was trying to say something.
She seems like she's muted. I don't know what's going on.
So we need to know what's the situation with the property owner. Has this property owner been consulted? Has the property owner been given a chance to object to the rezoning of its property?
Yes, they have been consulted and they don't want to sell the property. They have no intention of changing the use from a gas station. I think Mr. Kubuski mentioned that it's owned by the petroleum company, which intends to continue the use that's existing there of the gas station. And so they did not object to the district and the rezoning.
So will they be permitted to continue? Will they be permitted to continue with their gas station even if this application is granted?
Yes, it would be continued to be existing under the current C of O that they have. If they wanted to make changes or something of that nature, they would have to be a non-compliant use, but it's allowed to continue under its existing use.
do you have anything in writing from them that they do not oppose this?
I don't have anything in writing, but they were consulted and, you know, this was discussed with them before we went forward with this. As is common practice. So it is actually common practice that other property owners are properties rezoned by, you know, other individuals, and that's part of the land use rationale here, as Lisa explained earlier, with the district and the shape of the district. And so it is actually a common practice.
Okay, Jan, you had another question? You're muted.
The public space that you said quickly, because everybody knows that Williamsburg does not have enough open space, public space, recreational space. And you said that there are two places on different floors of the building. What does that mean?
It's open space for the building. So it's creating outdoor recreational space. If you want to go back, Lisa, to the other slide, I think you can hear us, but we can't hear you, unfortunately, at this time. But we do have an image of it. It's basically over the first floor commercial space, which covers the entire lot, would be an outdoor recreational space.
But for the people in the building, not for the neighborhood, right?
Correct. It's recreation. Both recreation spaces are for the access of the tenants, the residents. One is in the rear of the building, and the other is on the top, on the 7th floor, and it overlooks Metropolitan and the side.
Okay, Santa Michelli?
Hi, good evening. Just a question. Did you have a chance to reach out to the resident of the smaller scale building on DeVos Street, which you're gonna have to share somehow the backyard? I don't know, I can't see from your image exactly, but definitely those are small building, most likely 19th century. Many are still frame house, so there is some structural vulnerability of this building. So I was curious if you did do outreach to each one of these buildings on DeVos. Also Metropolitan, from across the street, we still have a smaller scale 2-family, 3-family houses, technically on Orient, which is led into Metropolitan Avenue. So this other question, have you done reach out to this specific owner of this building or these houses? And then, you know, I see that your rendering indicates another supermarket. We had the other building at the opposite corner of Metropolitan Avenue. Now it's a supermarket. For years it was empty. So is that what you envision? Another supermarket across the street? Because we have several of them. What would be the alternative in regard to economic development, a potential business that could go there? Did you envision a smaller scale retail that potentially could even serve the community on a more diverse way? Once again, at 5 supermarket within 500 feet. So
yeah, regarding the commercial space, I'm sorry, were you finished asking the question?
Yeah, for now, yes. So if you can answer the question I've asked.
Sure. The first question about outreach, we haven't done individual door knocking to every neighbor, but we certainly will do that before the construction would begin, and can reach to any specific folks that you're thinking of there. But regarding the commercial, that is not determined yet. It's really an illustrative concept with, you know, this rendering has an idea, right? This is a few years off at least, that the construction would be completed and the space would be ready for lease up. So in this retail environment, it's pretty uncertain what is going to be the best fit there. So we're eager to hear what you think about what's the right use for that commercial space. It could be broken up into 2 or 3 very small spaces, right? I mean, it's about 7,000 square feet. So, you know, if you guys have input and suggestions, we're eager to hear what you think is the right fit for the neighborhood there.
What's the size of the ground floor retail space? The entire.
I believe it's about 7,000 square feet.
7,000. Okay. Honestly, as a community member, I will feel personally uncomfortable. Just what you have stated before construction began. I believe outreach should be done to the smaller scale building on DeVos Street, especially to understand how is the community receiving, once again, another development which can have impact, both physical impact on the structure of this building, both other impact which the neighbor, they may definitely feel impacted by. So this before, not before construction, before approval of this proposal and before coming, I believe.
Time out. This is a question disguised as a short story.
Sure. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Hear you.
Del Teague here again. Let me just also agree that if you're going to do outreach and you want it to be of any help to you, you need to do it before we have our committee meeting on June 28th, or we will be reviewing it as a project where you did not do outreach. That's all I have to say.
Are there any other questions?
Boy.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Pardon me?
William Vega, may I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Sante is that you got a supermarket on Graham and Metropolitan Seatown that's been well established, and then just open a new one on Brooklyn Harvest on Metropolitan and Humboldt. And that one is struggling. So another supermarket within a block or two away from that, it will shut down the supermarket. So please really evaluate that's what was viable. We don't need to open up a supermarket and have another one closed. That's
We
all.
hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions? Thank you so much, Ms. George. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is citywide hotel text amendment. Alexandria. Yes.
Hello, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing us to present tonight. I don't have capabilities to share my screen. Would that be granted to us so we can share the presentation?
Do you have it now?
I just received it. I'm going to share my screen. My computer's a little slow. I hope you're now looking at my screen. So tonight we're presenting to you 3 citywide text amendments. The first one is a citywide hotel special permit. With me today, we have Jonah Rogoff. He is also part of the project team and an expert. So in case that you have technical questions about this proposal, he's available to answer any questions. This project is a zoning text amendment that will create a new special permit for hotel development across the city. The goal is to create a consistent framework for hotel development and ensure new hotels do not negatively impact or affect their surrounding area. Before the pandemic hit, New York City experienced record growth in the tourism industry and its hotel pipeline for the 10th consecutive year. Visitors trends peaked in 2019 with almost 67 million visitors, up from 46 million in 2009. Visitor count was forecast to increase even more in 2020. Furthermore, sizable growth of hotel room supply has been a prevailing factor in NYC for much of the past decade. Between 2008 and 2019, the total number of hotel rooms in New York City market grew from just over 80,000 to over 127,800 in the past years. It also saw an increase of the 40% in the hotel inventory. Despite all this increase in the hotel room supply, demand also continued to rise, keeping the annual occupancy at almost 87%. These rates are among the highest on any urban area within the United States. This rapid growth of hotels throughout the city has led concerns on the surrounding uses. A variety of special districts have been adopted as a special permit, have adopted a special permits. Notably, you might remember that in 2018, a special permit was adopted for M1 districts, for manufacturing 1 districts, to address conflicts between the hotels and the operations of the industrial businesses. The proposed text amendment, my apologies, my computer's a little crazy today. The proposed text amendment will create a consistent zoning framework for new hotels and allow the City Planning Commission to evaluate each hotel development impact on the future use and development of the surrounding area. While it is important that hotels continue to locate throughout the city to support a vibrant tourism economy and meet the diverse needs of the residents and the businesses, the pace and patterns of the development, driven by the record high visitation, has created conflicts with adjacent uses and overwhelmed sub-communities. It is also important to note that this proposal is only proposing a special permit. It doesn't preclude hotel development. What it entails is that all future hotels will need to ask for this special permit to be able to develop. It requires that the City Planning Commission assess the appropriateness of that development based on the future use and the surrounding area. It keeps going to that first one. My apologies for that. So the new special permit will be applicable in higher density commercial areas and districts, mixed-use districts, and mixed-use districts that pair M1 and residential districts, where there's no special permit today. This new special permit will be applicable to those areas that already have the special permits, such as the M1 districts. Those ones will retain it along with the new areas that it will be applicable. Because of the significant impacts that the pandemic is having on the hotel industry, we have created several provisions to minimize the likelihood that the special permit will impair in the recovery of the hotel industry. So these include modifying the vesting provisions to facilitate projects that are already on the pipeline. Approved CPC and BESA applications will not require a special permit if these applications were approved after January 1st, 2018. Applications that begin CPC public review or are filed with BSA prior to adoption of this proposal will not require a special permit. And finally, there is an extended discontinuance provision allowing vacant hotels extra time to return to transient use. Provisions to retain their use up to 6 years are also included. In terms of applicability, here we have included in the deck all the areas that are now in gray, you see in the map, are where right now currently a special permit is needed to develop a hotel. And with this project that we're presenting to you today, we're adding all the areas that are highlighted in pink. A special permit will be required if a hotel wants to be developed. Going to leave there. The project was referred by the City Planning Commission on May 3rd to all community boards and board of presidents. And the clock for the community board to share any comments or votes regarding this project will conclude in mid-July. We're here today to answer any questions, and if our questions that we're not able to answer today, we are very happy to follow up through an email or to a secondary or extended presentation to the Land Use Committee meeting if needed. That concludes my presentation. This one of 3.
Okay, thank you, Steve Chester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Alexandra. Yeah, I wonder if you could expand on how you feel like this citywide permit would help the hotel industry come out of the the pandemic economic devastation. If they're having a problem, huge problem filling vacant rooms right now, creating more stock seems like that would exacerbate the problem, not make it better. But maybe you could explain.
Yeah. Jenna, would you like to address that question?
Sure. Thanks, Alexandra. That's a great question, Steve. I would say that when we were developing the proposal, which preceded the pandemic, while we were in the pandemic, we added the period of discontinuance. So the purpose of to allow 6 years after the adoption of the text is to allow hotels to recover the ones that are both in the pipeline of DOB projects and those that are may have to close temporarily and can reopen within those 6 years. So we tried to strike a balance where we think it's appropriate to regulate and have a site-specific approval for hotels. That doesn't mean that we're trying to prevent their development. We just want to add that site-specific approval while allowing some flexibility given the need for economic recovery.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any hands. Rob Solano?
Excellent presentation. Would it be the presentation you're presenting is, and it just hotels will have to come back to another process to identify that they're coming into our neighborhoods and what they're going to be doing in the neighborhoods? Is that a fair assessment?
Exactly. So after, if the project is adopted during the fall, every hotel development that happens, for example, in Community District 1, will need to ask for a special permit, and special permits within our zoning resolution entail a full ULURP review. So after all the land use application environmental review is conducted, City Planning Commission will certify the project, and then it will come to the Community Board, to the Board of President, City Planning Commission, and then to City Council.
Thank you. I mean, we've been asking for that for a while now, so I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions? Thank you so much for your presentation.
I don't see any, Madam Chair.
Pardon me? Does somebody want to say something?
Sorry, I don't see any other question. I'm sorry, on the chat.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is a fresh update non-ULURP item. Citywide text amendment to expand the fresh program. Also, Alexandra? Okay.
I figure, don't drop in my screen will be easier for the night. In this case, along with me, I also have here Jesse Hirakawa, who is part of the team that developed this project in case there are technical questions that need to be answered today. So the Department of City Planning is proposing a zoning text amendment. We are calling it Fresh 2 to update the existing food retail expansion to support health program, which is called Fresh, under the zoning resolution 6.3 that provides greater incentives for neighborhood grocery stores to be located in underserved neighborhoods throughout the city. So the purpose, just to recap the purpose of Fresh, it incentivizes the construction of supermarkets in underserved areas of the city. It increases it aims to increase accessibility to fresh food, and it encourages better access to foods thus in healthier neighborhoods. The part of the existing project includes zoning and discretionary tax incentives, zoning incentive areas, or discretionary tax incentive areas. You can see now in this map currently, the areas in green are the community districts or areas of community districts where right now the project is applicable and for the zoning incentives. So a little bit of background, but I am going to run through this quickly because I think you have a very challenging agenda. This presentation is a little bit longer than others. First combines a package of financial and zoning incentive, and it was created in 2009 to encourage the construction of supermarkets. So in terms of the zoning incentives that are included within the program that are approved through a certification by the chair of the City Planning Commission is, for example, additional FAR in mixed-use buildings, and additional square footage of residential floor area may be permitted based on the provision of a fresh store. The regulations within the M1 districts are modified to allow supermarkets up to 30,000 square feet, and there's additional heights. Additional height is also available through a CPC authorization to increase the maximum height of a building if a supermarket is provided on the ground floor. Other zoning incentives include reductions on the required parking. So since this program has been running for the past 10 years, it was time for make some revisions and to see what could be enhanced or modified for the project to be better and to achieve better outcomes. So after doing an analysis of the supermarket landscape across New York City in 2018, that analysis showed that many neighborhoods remain underserved by fresh food stores. So this project is aiming to expand the fresh program to encourage the development and retention of convenient, accessible stores that provide a full range of grocery products, to provide more options that could result in reduction of grocery costs, and empower consumers with increased convenience and access to grocery shopping. So part of the modifications that were presented to you that we want for them to be adopted are as follows. The expansion of the fresh boundary to add additional community districts and areas of the city where this program will be applicable, to prevent the saturation of supermarkets within those fresh boundaries, to modify the glazing requirements for conversions, to modify the parking requirements, and to do some minor text cleanups that we take opportunities to do that every once in a while. So first, to explain the expansion of the fresh program, based on that updated the supermarket needs index and the land use, and based also on the land use policy goals, TCP is proposing to expand the fresh program in areas of the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens and Staten Island, where a lack of access to healthy fresh food have been demonstrated. And that includes a portion of Community District Map 1, as it is shown on the map in the hatch area in turquoise. Here we are zooming into Community District 1, and you can see the areas that we're proposing for the project to be expanded within your community. The second item that we are adding as part of the fresh program is that we want to prevent saturation of the fresh supermarkets. Since the adoption of the fresh program, we have seen that there are some areas of the city that there's a lot of concentration of supermarkets. As you were discussing in the point before, sometimes we want to make sure that we're not locating too many supermarkets within the same avenue or within the same street if it is not needed or if the density will not support it. So the proposal will require an evaluation of the amount of supermarkets in the area and the appropriateness of new ones. And the other updates, as mentioned, as part of the FRESH program, when a developer presents a project that wants to provide the fresh supermarket and wants to, it's asking for either the tax or the zoning incentive, we evaluate the project. And part of the requirements is the requirements for amount of glazing, the reductions of parking. We also evaluate the floor plans. So because of that experience, we're proposing some changes on the window installation requirements and glazing. We're updating the parking requirements and some other zoning clarifications that we have seen that in the applications that we have been processing, they have become confusing, or we want them to be more clear from now on. In terms of project timeline, this one is slightly a few weeks after the hotels, but similar to the next one that I'm going to present. This project was referred to all community boards and borough presidents but on May 17th, and soon after the clock started for community boards and board presidents to share their comments and if they want also their votes and recommendations. And we are aiming for a city planning commission vote by the fall and a winter adoption. That concludes my presentation. And I didn't mention it before, but we share these 3 decks with the board. So these are all available to you. Happy to answer now any questions. The deck also includes several links that are very interesting. They will redirect you to our website to dive more into the details of this program.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I don't see any hands up.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 questions really quick. If a property owner wants to take advantage of this program, do they need to acquire a special permit and go through, the community board and city planning, or is it they work directly with city planning? And the second question is about enforcement. If a developer, they're granted the additional FAR to include a supermarket in their building and they don't tenant a supermarket vendor and it's just empty, or is there means to to enforce the rule?
Yeah, on the first one, so part of the zoning incentive, we have either certification or authorization. So the certification, it's by the chairperson, and the policy that we have in the department is that regardless, that only requires her approval. She or him always refers the project to a community board for 45 days, and it comes back. And what I have seen from experience is that the comments that the community board provides are well taken by the city planning commission and the Madam Chair. And that is only for a certification. For authorization, that is when they want to ask for more height or more FAR based on the provision of the supermarket. That entails a ULURP process that includes the community board review.
Thank you.
And sorry, and the second question
I'm sorry,
that you were
Jesse. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't answer the second question very quickly. You asked about if a
Alexandra.
developer.
Excuse me, Alexandra. The
Sorry,
person you're with,
yes.
Jesse, he wanted to speak. I said he was muted. Is it Jesse?
Oh, yes, Jesse. Yes,
Okay.
Jesse, do you want to add something that I just said, or can I go to the second one?
He's muted.
Yeah, he's telling he can speak.
Can
Okay, I'm
somebody
going.
unmute his phone, please?
I'm going to answer. Jesse, yes. Do you want to add something?
Oh, no, go for it. I was just saying, just in case I needed to speak, I didn't have a way to unmute myself. But if go
Great.
for it,
Thank
Kendra.
you. Great, thank you. And for the second question about the tenancy, that's a very interesting question. We are encountering one project like that right now in another community district where they ask for the certification and they use the extra high tech. Because of the market and COVID, they have been having a hard time retaining a supermarket operator. So as part of the restrictive declarations that are part of these projects, there is an amount, a period of time that they can ask for extension of them, for them to habitate that space until the supermarket is in operation, is in that space. The COO of the FAR in use will not be granted, but there are provisions for them to ask for more time to look for that supermarket operator. The other thing is that both city planning and EDC are in constant communication with the developers that are connected to this project. So in case that they are having problems in locating a supermarket, we also provide some assistance to better connect them to the network of operators and make sure that that space gets habitated and used.
Thank you.
And we also, and the last thing is that we also, there's a certain time when we reach out, if they haven't reached out, to make sure that the space it's being used by as a supermarket. And they need to provide proof of that.
I would just add on, Alexandra, thank you. Yeah, just emphasizing that there is a legal document that is, tied with the application, and it's tied to the development of the first floor retail, like of that said fresh grocery store. And yeah, it's directly tied to the residential floor area, as long as it's in existence of the supermarket. And yeah, we actually do so the permanence of that grocery store is important for the stability of those residential units, right? And so we actually go through a process every 3 to 4 years where there is that they have to, and it's in the zoning resolution, where every 3 to 4 years they have to prove that the grocery store is in fact still functioning as originally stated.
That's great. It's too bad you can't do that with community facilities.
Simon, you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Go ahead,
can I
Simon.
ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, my question is, if there's an old building, I would like to add floor area. Could they still take advantage if they of this program, if they want to green this initiative? Could they add floor area to the top of the building and use take advantage of this program?
Jesse, would you like to answer that question?
Sure, yeah. In terms of an old building, are you saying like a warehouse, or are you kind
like
of
a
saying
conversion?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, any
there's
old
definitely,
building that wants to take.
Yeah, and under whatever the building is under the existing zoning, you can retrofit it, and as long as you're providing the grocery store and it's an approved floor plan, and however much square footage they're providing, as long as it's hitting the minimum requirements. And there's a maximum of, I think it's like 20,000 square feet for a grocery store, then that's how much additional residential FAR they will be allowed. But in terms of kind of bulk and height, as long as it's following the underlying zoning, they can fit within that envelope, unless of course you're going for that additional height authorization. But the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Michele? Santa Michele?
Yes, good evening. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions that they feel to me a little bit in contrast with the need of the city. Like, for example, I see one incentive is reduction in required parking, which I believe parking will always be required today, even in light of a supermarket, which will bring a certain commercial activity. So I don't know, I just see that point in contrast with a major need. And also something else again is additional of heights and an FAR, which I understand, but I believe a community many times have been battling against the issue of increased floor space, increased height. So I feel that this is something in ways can turn beneficial, yes, to the community, because we have a supermarket in place where there wasn't, but definitely to the developer. So yeah, does it have to be this way necessary?
With respect with the latter one, it's a provision that we have had from the beginning of the program, but it's both ways. Either it's either the certification just makes sure that the area that you're providing a supermarket, it's also used on the top to provide residential units. So you're not losing residential units, the provisional residential units, because you're getting the supermarket. And the authorization that allows you to use more FAR is the one that it requires, like, they want to bid. For example, they want to build a bigger building for some other reason, and they are using part of the supermarket to reach that amount of extra units. So they're both things, that the relocation were both to add. And I think this is part of how the project has been conceived from the very beginning, to make sure that while we are incentivizing the location of a supermarket, we are not disincentivizing the construction of new residential units. We usually see this also paired with rezonings that they're asking, for example, for MIH, or they're in areas that are where MIH is mapped. So a lot of the times that I have seen projects like this, part of those units are affordable, but not all the cases, right? But I hear you in the concern that it feels, which I think you also mentioned when we were discussing zoning for accessibility, that it's kind of like we're giving this incentive for developers, but why we need to give them that much? And I think that it's part of the package of making sure we're getting all the things that the city needs and not using one in exchange of the other. And the same is with parking. I hear you on the need of parking. I think what I have heard is also that sometimes building parking is so expensive that it precludes certain developments. And we didn't want that to happen, especially with this update on lower density residential districts from R3 to R5. So the construction of supermarket on top of the provision of all the parking spaces will preclude the provision of grocery stores that are so needed in the neighborhood. So it's sort of a trade-off. And this is the proposal as it sits now. What I invite is, like, if the board would like to make that recommendation or that comment, to include it on the letter, and we will duly communicate it and share with the chair and the city planning commission.
Yeah, if I can make a brief comment also to what you have said. In light of many urbanistic change have been happening globally, internationally, in Europe a lot, OpenStreet, Superblocks, many other urbanistic initiatives. One thing that many countries like in Holland, they have done it, even in light of OpenStreet, for example, they actually have been building parking places, parking underground parking spaces is something we never speak about. I believe this is something city planning should start considering, because we've increased density, we increased population tremendously, and definitely community remains always affected, by pollution, by traffic. The cars are not going to go away tomorrow, and few people are going to benefit anyway of the development. They will afford they will have certain financial capability to afford parking space, but it's going to remain other portion of community that may need it, and definitely traffic will always be an issue. So my invitation is really to evaluate parking space, not disregarded because the supermarket is beneficial. They both need to assist and coexist. That's all.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Marty Needleman.
Okay, Marty.
What, in terms of the affordability of the apartments, what are we talking about? And have you evaluated the impact on the surrounding area in terms of eliminating or causing pressures to eliminate existing affordable housing?
This proposal doesn't include any affordable housing provision. It's just the supermarket incentives. I mentioned the affordability one as an example of one type of project that we have seen, but this project doesn't include any of that.
Are there any other questions?
Why
Thank
not?
you, Alexander. The next item on the agenda is Health and Fitness Citywide Tax Amendment, Alexandra.
Yes, last one tonight. This is also a citywide tax amendment that looks to reduce the barriers for gyms, spas, and licensed massage to be provided throughout the city. So health and fitness facilities include a range of activities that we are all very aware of. Larger commercial gyms that including chains like Blink and Planet Fitness, smaller studios such as like martial arts, yoga, aerobics, but these also encompass a range of therapeutic and wellness businesses such as spas and licensed massage therapy. So right now, a special permit is required to open these businesses almost everywhere in New York City. This hasn't changed a lot in the past 4 decades since the special permit was created. In addition to the significant growth of health and fitness industry and the desire for communities to access these amenities, regulations around massage therapies also have changed. So now massage therapists are licensed health professionals by the NYS Education Department, and a registry of all licensed massage therapists is publicly available online. But despite all of this, and the value that they may have in the neighborhoods, our zoning creates a major regulatory barrier for these small businesses to be provided throughout the city. So because of this and how uniquely this is written in the zoning resolution, we are proposing to remove the BSA permit that for all gyms, spas, and licensed massage therapists, which is referred now in the zoning resolution as physical, cultural, or health establishment. Basically, small gyms and spas will be treated similarly to any other range of local amenities, such as drugstores, restaurants, or salons, classifying the zoning resolution as use group 6, and their large gyms and spas will be treated similarly to banquet halls, music studios, and car showrooms, and will be classified in our zoning resolution as use group 9. So now, if this project is adopted and the city-wide tax amendment is adopted, these uses will become, by removing the BSA special permit, these uses could become as of right. to remove this this BSA special permit also includes the licensed massage therapies that are that will now be classified as other ambulatory healthcare uses within use groups 4A and 6B, and they're permissible in most residential districts and all commercial and manufacturing districts. When BSA reviews these type of applications for gyms, they occasionally impose some conditions to address community concerns about noise and vibration that can result from these activities, such as dropping weight or using exercise equipments in unison. So to continue to address those concerns, the proposal will also include additional performance standards for noise and vibration. A subset of higher impact gyms will need to have an acoustical engineer certified with the Department of Buildings that the facility is designed to meet these performance standards before they receive the certificate of occupancy. These provisions will apply in mixed-use buildings in commercial and annex districts. In lower impact facilities such as yoga, isometric exercise, and therapeutic services such as spas will not need to demonstrate the compliance with this noise and vibration performance, but they will still be subject to the NYC noise code. So basically, this citywide text amendment removes the BSA special permit for these establishments to become as of right, but introduces some performance standards to make sure that those revisions that the BSA does are well included in the zoning resolution and part of the regulations that DOB makes sure when they review this type of developments. I have added here the proposed changes. This on orange, we can see these are the areas where currently the special permit is required for this type of facilities to be developed. And these are the areas that this special permit then, by removing it, all this area is where this type of facilities will be able to develop as of right. And adding some areas that which are basically commercial overlays that right now, not even with a special permit, this type of facilities were allowed, and by this citywide text amendment, they will be allowed. That concludes my presentation. We're Jesse and I happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Are there any questions?
None on my end, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, it look like we have no questions, Alexander. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please do let us know if you want us to present this again, either show presentation or the longest presentation on the Land Use Committee, or if you have any other question, we are available through email or phone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
You too.
Next item on the agenda is New York City Commission on Human Rights.
Hi. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Francisco Leopold. I work at the New York City Commission on Human Rights. With me tonight is my colleague Sam Yang, who will do a short presentation on some of the accommodations that are offered by the Commission to all New Yorkers. But because of time, I don't want to go too much into it. I'm hoping and looking forward that we could come back another time where we can give an intensive presentation as to all the areas that the Commission covers. So now I will pass it over to Sam, and then he will do a presentation. And thank you so much for having us here tonight.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Comminbo One, for having us tonight. Again, my name is Sam Yang. I am the housing liaison with the New York City Commission on Human Rights. Tonight, I'm just going to talk briefly about some of the protections when it comes to housing under the Title VIII Human Rights Law. So first things first, the New York City Commission on Human Rights, we enforce the New York City Human Rights Law, which is also known as the Anti-Discrimination Law of New York City, in areas of employment, public accommodations, housing, discriminatory harassment, and bias-based profiling by law enforcement. Individuals cannot be unfairly treated, mistreated because of their identity. And when we say identity, we are talking about what makes each of us special, what makes each of us unique. So for example, you know, our age, our race, our national origin, our immigration status, our marital status, right? Are we single? Are we married? Do we have kids? So in housing, there are 17 of these protected categories. Now, the Commission has many departments. Two of the main ones is the Community Relations Bureau, which does a lot of the educational work. And we also have a Law Enforcement Bureau, which have attorneys which do investigate any claims of discrimination. So for example, in housing, if someone has been unfairly treated in housing, they look for an apartment, but they were denied the apartment because of their age, they can file complaints with the Commission on Human Rights. The Commission on Human Rights Law Enforcement Bureau will then investigate those complaints. And if there is a plausible cause of discrimination, we can then go and sue the person who violated the law. We are a city agency, so one of the great things about us is that we're free. You know, whether you want to file a complaint with us, whether you want to ask questions, you know, do get in touch with us. We are free. There is no cost to use our services. So just to talk a bit more about housing. So there are many housing cases that we do take. Two of the main ones, well, one of them is actually lawful source of income. So lawful source of income is any type of federal government or local housing assistance, such as housing vouchers, right? So Section 8, City Flex, HASA, those are all housing vouchers and they fall under lawful source of income. Other lawful source of income includes SSI, the HRA rental assistance, as well as the one-shot deal or the new emergency rent assistance program. Those are all under lawful source of income as well. And what this means is that if someone is using a voucher, or if someone is applying for assistance with rent, landlords cannot discriminate. Landlords cannot say, we don't want to take these vouchers. Landlords cannot say, I don't want to work with this client, this tenant, to apply for that one-shot deal. So, for example, one of the requirements of the ERAP, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is that tenants must have proof of rental payment. Tenants must show that they have a lease or they pay rent.
So, as Susanna that's noch a meeting was.
So, if a landlord says, oh, I don't want to give you a lease, or a landlord says, I don't want to write any type of statement showing that you are a tenant here or you pay rent to me, that could actually be a violation of the human rights law based on lawful source of income. Now, there are some unlawful practices in housing that we have seen a lot. One example of unlawful practices in housing is setting different terms, conditions, or privileges for the sale, rental, or leasing of housing. How does that look like? Well, that looks like, if someone is finding an apartment, but because of their age, they're young adults, right? They're 18 years old, they're going to college. The broker is saying, oh, you gotta pay double the security deposit because you're young adults, you tend to have more parties, right? So that's why we have to charge you higher security deposits, or we have to charge you a higher rent. That is actually illegal in New York City. The idea that someone is a young adult, or the assumption that someone might, cause more damage because of their identity is actually illegal. Now, other forms of discrimination would be that, if someone has a disability, and when we say disability, we mean any type of, medical, mental, psychological, or physical impairment or history of impairment is considered a disability. They have the right for reasonable accommodation and housing. And this is very important, right? The reason why we have this provision is, well, the reason why this exists is that we want to make sure that if someone has a disability, they still have meaningful access and to enjoy the unit. So For example, if someone is using a wheelchair, reasonable accommodation and housing would be asking for a ramp to be built. Someone have with back problems, reasonable accommodation could be, installing a wall oven so they don't have to bend down to use the oven. If someone has, arthritis in the wrist, reasonable accommodation would be changing the doorknob to a door handle so they have easier access into their apartment unit. One thing to note is that under the city's human rights law, the landlord must pay for that accommodation. So if I need a ramp, if I need a bathroom grab bar, if I need a stove that is of a certain height, if I need to lower the cabinets, I need a cut in my bathtub, the landlord must pay for that accommodation. The landlord cannot pass that cost on to me. So who can be held liable when we talk about discrimination? Well, obviously, right, the landlord. The landlord can be held liable. The superintendent can also be held liable. If the superintendent made any type of derogatory comments toward the tenant, if the superintendent make any type of sexual remarks or racist remarks, the superintendent can be held liable. The rental and the managing agents, right, whoever is helping you find an apartment, if they discriminated, they could be held liable. In fact, today there was an individual who had a voucher where the broker told them, oh, this apartment unit doesn't take vouchers, right? In that premise, the broker who was shown the apartment unit who made that comment, as well as the landlord, can be held liable under the New York City human rights law. Newspapers, if a newspaper print or post anything discriminatory, they can also be held liable. Lending institutions, insurance companies, and appraisers when it comes to buying a house. Now, one of the main reasons why we tell people to file a complaint with the Commission on Human Rights is that, not only by filing complaints are you helping yourself, but you're also helping your community members. When you let the Commission on Human Rights know discrimination, let us know what is going on in housing, the Commission on Human Rights can then, we file a lawsuit, investigate these complaints. We are then able to prevent this from happening again in the future. Now, at the same time, the person who did file a complaint, they are protected. If a landlord retaliated against that person who, opposed discrimination, filed a complaint, will assist in the complaint, that landlord can then be held double. So some civil remedies and penalties, right? Some of the protections, well, some of the things that the commission can do is that we can actually impose penalties to those landlords, to the brokers, to the managing agents. We could impose $125,000 or up to $250,000 in civil penalties if someone did discriminate it. So if a landlord says, oh, I don't want to rent to you because you have too many kids. Oh, I don't want to rent to you because, of your race, could be subtle or unsubtle, right? That landlord can then be held up to $250,000 in civil penalties. This does not include any type of compensatory damages or other type of emotional damages that the complainant, the person who contacted the commission, can receive. Now, like any other city agency, the best way to get in touch with us is by calling 311. Ask to speak with the Commission on Human Rights. We don't care about immigration status. So if someone does not have immigration status, do not worry. Give us a call. Don't worry about it. If someone doesn't speak English, that's fine. Give us a call. Ask to speak with the Commission on Human Rights. We speak 30 different languages at our agency. So even if we don't have the language, we will always have an interpreter available to assist. And of course, again, I always want to mention that we are a free service. Don't be afraid to use us. If you are an applicant looking for housing, you think you were discriminated, let us know. If you're a landlord and you want to rent out a spare bedroom, you rent out your apartment, contact us. Let us know before you do any type of advertisement, right? The last thing we want to do is that we don't want to have to file complaints on a landlord, like a small like a small family household because they want to rent out a spare unit in that household, right? Let us know, call us. That way we're able to answer some questions that you might have. And I don't know, Frank, do you have anything you want to add?
I think that you covered the only thing as I said before is that because we still have to cover employment and, so many other areas of accommodation that we want to cover, but because of the time, we don't have to. So I'm looking forward that maybe in the future that we could come back and have a longer time that we can give a more extensive presentation. But I just want to say thanks to the board for allowing us to be here. And thank you. And if anyone have any questions, please go ahead and ask any questions that you may have.
Does anybody have any questions? Elkins, do you have your hand up or you never took it down? Elkins, is your hand up or you never took it down?
No, I'll take it down now. Sorry.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Sonia. Mr. Yang, considering a lot of these tax credit and city programs and private investors, they are strict requirements. How does the city handle, like, there are student rules and, a full-time student given these tax credit? In the past, I've dealt with that, and they were screaming like we were discriminating because they were full-time students. They didn't meet the guidelines as far as the exception to the rules. How would you handle that, and how do the landlord handles that in the sense of when you explain a program has certain requirements because it's either privately funded or tax credit or home funds, there are strict restrictions on income, household size, etc., student status?
Right. So the city, the state government, they all have different type of housing assistance programs available. Generally speaking, landlords cannot pick and choose which program they want to work with, and they can't discriminate on the programs themselves. So when we look at students or when we look at someone that's working, that could fall under one of the identities, which is considered as lawful occupation identity, right? So the one thing about us is that we are a city agency. So if a housing development is specifically funded by the state or funded by the federal government, in a sense, we would not have jurisdiction over those buildings because we're only a city agency. So we can only handle when it comes to, programs that is funded by the city, such as, HPD, affordable housing. If someone's discriminated while applying for one of those lottery apartments, then they could file a complaint with the city. But then, the ones where it's working with the federal government, with the state government, we don't have jurisdictions. We also, if they get specific, I don't think really exist in New York City, like there are specific housing complexes where they are only meant for students in a sense. In that case, the requirement would be that someone is a student in that instance, but those are really limited. So I would like to say, for us with the Commission on Human Rights, the housing that we have jurisdiction on is it's like 99% of the housing in this, 95%, because there's a few that's not there. So most of them are in our jurisdiction. But if anyone have any questions, if they're not sure about it, just contact us, let us know, and we could look into those.
Do you have access to?
Also, if anybody, oh, sorry, I was just gonna say if anybody, and if anybody who have had any issues with the landlord with the students in the different areas, just have them to call on the office, and then somebody will set an appointment, schedule an appointment, and then they can go over whatever the problems are. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
What about the Housing Authority? Do you have any access? Do you have any control over discrimination by the New York City Housing Authority?
Yes, so we do have, NYCHA is one of our sister agencies. New York City Housing Authority is one of our sister agencies, and we do have jurisdiction over them. I mean, we get a bunch of reasonable accommodation request cases with NYCHA, which we do work with.
Thank you. Any board members want to ask a question, please put the hand up in the lower right-hand corner of the participants page. Jan? Jan, I see your hand up, or you never took it down. Is there any?
I was going to speak on the Housing Authority. You're saying public housing tenants can take a case against the Housing Authority, and you will help them.
Yes, so if someone is in public housing and they were discriminated, they can file complaints with the Commission on Human Rights.
Yeah, can you give us your telephone number in the chat? Put that over.
So I could put in, I'm not sure, I could put in my email address so everyone can get in contact with me if they have any questions or concerns.
Okay, Sam.
You want your cell phone, Sam? Put it in there.
Are there any other questions? Are there any questions in the chat, Sonia?
No, there isn't any from my end. I'm looking in the Q. There was something earlier because I couldn't tap into the Q&A. I don't know which presentation, with a gentleman there, but I'm not sure which question he was referring to, but not for this one, Madam Chair. There's
Okay,
no
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so for anyone who Sam has placed his telephone number as well as his email address. He is our housing liaison person. So he does a lot of workshop and a lot of trainings. So if for any reason that you want us to come back and then to have a more intensive presentation and to cover other areas of discrimination in housing and other areas, feel free to you have my information. You can send me an email and I will get it going. I thank you again for having us.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is liquor license. Do we have any speakers on the liquor license?
No, then his sign up.
There's no sign-ups for the liquor license?
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
Amen.
That concludes our public hearing session. Can we, we'll go into our regular board meeting. Can we have a moment of silence? Let's dedicate our moment of silence to families who are losing their lives under all the violence that's going on in the city and all across the world. Thank you. Can we have the roll call vote, please? Roll call, Jerry?
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte.
Yeah, Jerry.
Thank you, Lisa. Gina Barros,
Here.
Tian Brooks, Eric Brusitis.
Here.
Thank you. Tom Burrows.
Here.
Thank you. Iris Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you. Phil Caponegro.
Yeah.
Thank you. Frank Carbone.
Here.
Thank you. Stephen Chesler.
Here.
Thank you. Michael Chiricella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Thank you. Erin Drinkwater.
Here.
Thank you. Arthur Dibinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Here.
Thank you. Julia Amanda Foster.
Here.
Thank you. Chairperson Fuller.
Here.
Thank you. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Yep.
Sonia Iglesia. Katie?
Here. Yes, she answered. Katie answered, and Sonia answered as well.
Moisha Indig.
Wait, Katie answered. Mike Chirichella's here, Jerry.
Moisha Indig. Ozena Kaminsky.
Here.
Ryan Coonan. Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Here.
Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe.
Here.
Thank you. Trina Makiwa.
I'm here.
Thank you. Sante Maselli.
I'm here.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman.
Here.
Thank you. Rabbi Niederman. Mario Damark.
I'm here.
Thank you. Janice Peterson.
Here.
Thank you. Dana Racklin.
Here.
Thank you. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer,
She's there. By the way, I see Bella, she's
Rob
there.
Solano,
Presente.
El Teague,
Here.
Tommy Torres.
Present.
Thank you. William Vega.
Here.
Thank you. Maria Vieira.
Present.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg.
Here.
Thank you. Simon Weiser.
Here.
Thank you.
Jerry,
Yeah,
this
Casper.
is Ryan
So
Coonan.
this
I'm
is
here.
Bonus next door.
Jerry, this is Michael Chiricello. I'm here.
This machen wir mal next door, Monty.
That's the beginning.
Did you hear me, Jerry?
Yeah, yeah. Who's?
I have Mr. Chiricello. I have Yolanda. Is that Rabbi Needleman speaking?
Ryan Coonan was speaking.
I have you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Rabbi, I see you. Do you have audio? Raise your hand. You're present. Thank you.
Did you get Bella? Because I see her.
Bella, do you have audio? Bella Sable, can you unmute yourself? Answer the call, please. "35 members answering the call."
Thank you, Jerry. Can I have an approval of the agenda? A motion to approve the agenda?
I make the motion to approve the agenda.
Second, Phil Caponegro.
Motion made by Julie, second by Phil Caponegro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstention?
I abstain, Marty Needleman.
Motion carried. Approval of the minutes?
There,
Okay.
yeah. There was a, yes, yeah, I was looking at that.
Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Was is that richtig?
Motion to approve.
Rabbi Niederman, I can hear everything you're saying.
Who made the motion?
Dana.
Dana, is there a second?
I second, William.
The motion, set first by Dana, second by William Vega. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions?
I'll abstain, Katie Denny Horowitz.
Thank you. One abstention, motion carried. Thank you. We'd like to welcome our new member, Katie Horowitz. Welcome to Community Board 1.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Public session. And we have the speakers for the public session, please. Marie, Joanna, Derek.
Way too long. Oh, it's on me. I think the way the weather is. Coming back.
Does anybody have the list for the public speakers?
I do.
Can you call it, please?
Okay. Eileen Sunshine. me find her. She's not here. Christina Moore? Henny Herzog?
I'd like to go forward.
She's not answering.
She was calling by phone.
I don't know what number they're calling from. What number is she calling from?
I don't know.
Well, I can't identify. They don't give names with the phone numbers.
That she gave it to Joanne. Welcome back, Bernie.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. It's Sonia.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm having a lot of people in the queue and in the chat indicating they wanted to speak, but I'm not sure they signed up. So I think that we should continue to announce that they have to sign up prior to speaking. I think we have to go over it again because they said they want to speak, but they haven't signed up.
We're calling the speakers that signed up. We have it in our meeting notice that anybody would like to speak on the public session, they have to sign up by 2 p.m. on the day of the board meeting.
Shall I proceed?
Yes.
John Ogren?
Oh, just to find out.
John? John, you're on.
She's in the middle of this.
Hear me now?
Yes.
I'm temporarily unmuted. Okay.
Problems.
Can you please speak, John?
And actually, it can even wait until, do you want to take?
Can everybody mute, please?
And can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is John Ogren. I'm a cousin of Matthew Jensen, who was killed, murdered, whatever, run down. So I have 2 points to make. And please, please, please listen to both of them. Number one, I listened to all of this. I listened to your concerns and I listened to what you're saying, and I don't give a rat's ass because my cousin is dead. I don't care. Number two is Matthew was 2 degrees from anything. Matthew knew everyone, and if he didn't know everyone, the next person did. So my concern, Matthew's family is white and privileged, and even though it makes our dealing with things easier, I can't help but think of people that have been run down or thrown out or have nothing. They don't have 2 degrees of anything. And I know that Matthew would be horrified that Matthew has all these resources because we're white and we're privileged and citizens, But there's so many people that suffer more than we ever will. And I know that Matthew would be concerned for all these things that I just besmirched and said I don't care about. Because in the light of Matthew's death, I don't care about much. But then when I think about Matthew and what Matthew would want, it would be justice and equity and rights and rising up and protecting immigrants and people that have nothing to turn to. I just think again and again about how, as horrible as this is, how easy it is for me to get things taken care of. Because again, I'm white, I'm privileged, and things are easier. And I know that Matthew would just say, we have to do more. We have to do more for people that aren't, people that have been struck down, and people that have been hurt and dismissed.
Please summarize, sir. Your 2 minutes is up. Please summarize.
All right, done. I'm done. I grieve for Matthew and for everyone who suffers.
Thank you so much. My condolences to you and your
Thank you.
family. Next speaker, please.
Bronwyn Ryder.
Marie, she can't.
You're
She needs
unmuted.
to be
Yeah.
unmuted.
She's
I got
unmuted.
it. I got it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for hearing us this evening. I'm working together with John, who just spoke, to propose a comprehensive redesign of McGinnis Boulevard, and I can provide some more context to his statement. On Tuesday, May 18th, on the corner of McGinnis and Bayard, PS 110 teacher Matthew Jensen was killed in a tragic hit and run, and he died shortly after 12:45 a.m. His name is added to a long list of individuals who've been made victims of traffic violence due to the poor, outdated planning of McGinnis Boulevard. And for over a decade, local advocates have been fighting for major improvements with few results that are not working to calm the traffic on McGinnis, where it's documented that 2/3 of drivers are speeding. That's on average there's on average one crash every other day. Hundreds of children, colleagues, and families of PS 110 are grieving the death of Matthew Jensen. Our community at PS 110 will not ever be the same, and we're working hard to channel our collective grief into action. In the immediate wake of this tragedy, in collaboration with Assemblymember Gallagher's office, Transportation Alternatives, and the North Brooklyn Mutual Aid, we launched a petition demanding a comprehensive redesign of McGinnis Boulevard. And today we have nearly 1,100 signatures. That's less than 3 weeks after the launch. Then on May 27th, we held a rally at McGilwraith Park to make McGinnis safe, which was attended by Mayor de Blasio, as well as Assemblymember Gallagher, Senators Salazar, Kavanaugh, and Gounardes, Representative Carolyn Maloney, Councilmember Stephen Levin, District Leaders Christina Naplotarski and Emil Bazell, and hundreds of PS 110 and North Brooklyn community members. At this event, Mr. Mayor de Blasio acknowledged our demands for a safe McGinnis by announcing that the mayor's office is designating money in the budget immediately to redesign and fix McGinnis Boulevard. Mr. Jensen's death has resurrected the decade-long fight to protect our community against traffic violence on McGinnis Boulevard once and for all. We are not calling for a traffic study at an isolated intersection or for speed deterrence. We're calling on the mayor and the DOT to acknowledge the dangers of this entire mile-long corridor and put forth a comprehensive redesign which makes it impossible for cars to speed on McGinnis. Last week at the Transportation Committee, 16 community members called in passionately supporting this initiative with heartfelt pleas to ensure that this tragedy never be
Please
repeated.
summarize.
We urge the DOT and the mayor's office to think beyond incremental changes to a flawed, outdated design and accept this as a singular opportunity to bring a visionary redesign, comprehensive redesign to McGinnis Boulevard. And we look forward to working with CB1 to ensure that our community's demands are met. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. My condolences.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next speaker, please.
Rachel Elbetsky. I don't see her listed.
You come help me, Mark.
Hello?
Boss, where the hell?
You're not speaking, please mute yourself.
There's a phone.
Please mute yourselves.
Ian Linguist. Katie Naplatowski.
Yeah,
Katie?
hi. Yes, I'm here. Thanks. I would like to raise a red flag for people to be aware or pay attention to whether, if River Ring does happen and the YMCA goes in there, that this might mean that the YMCA would no longer be in Greenpoint, where it now is. So it's something that's kind of gone under the radar in all the discussions about River Ring. We know that a YMCA, if River Ring does happen, is slated to go there. But it's never really been addressed whether this would mean that the Greenpoint YMCA at its current location would cease to exist. So I just want to raise a red flag because we have discussions coming up about River Ring, and there's going to be a lot to discuss. And I just think this is something really important that needs to be on everybody's mind, because our Greenpoint YMCA is very valuable as it is in Greenpoint, in my opinion. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Next speaker. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for our elections.
Oh, Lisa was the last speaker.
Oh, she was the last. You got one more?
Yes.
Hi.
Okay.
I know. Marie?
I'm here. All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Lisa Jaycox, and I'm a parent of a student at PS 34 Elementary in Greenpoint. I'm also the school's green team leader, and I live on McGinnis Boulevard. I, like Bronwyn and John, who spoke earlier, am reading a statement in support of a comprehensive redesign along McGinnis Boulevard. I'm reading the statement on behalf of PS 34 Elementary School, which includes our PTA, parents, teachers, administration, and wider school community. The PS 34 community's hearts are broken for the loss of Matthew Jensen and for the gaping hole that this has left in the PS 110 school community. After a year of loss and trauma due to the pandemic, this additional loss hits especially hard because it could have been prevented. McGinnis Boulevard is notoriously dangerous. Injury and death on this boulevard are nothing new. When will it be enough? How many more lives must be lost or injuries sustained before real change will happen? The PS 34 community says enough is enough. Our own school sits right alongside McGinnis Boulevard, right at the corner of Norman Avenue, where 29 pedestrians and 21 cyclists have been injured and a cyclist was killed just in 2019. To state it clearly again, our school sits right there at that very intersection. This is where our children, families, and teachers cross daily. According to the Global Designing Cities Initiative, a program of the National Association of City Transportation Officials, I quote, more than 1.2 million people die on roads around the world every year. That is equivalent to roughly one person dying every 30 seconds, or over 3,400 people dying every single day of the year. Many of these deaths occur on urban roads and are preventable crashes caused by behavior induced by street design. McGinnis Boulevard falls into the category of being rendered dangerous by design. It is a wide street that invites aggressive behavior in the form of speeding, double parking, and cars cutting each other off. The boulevard provides grossly inadequate protection for those crossing or waiting to cross, and most concerning for our school community, those who are most vulnerable to injury or worse are children and family pedestrians, our own students, families, and teachers. We envision a street with single lanes, wider sidewalks, and more green space. And I'd like to end by quoting Jeanette Sadiq Khan of the National Association of City Transportation Officials, who says, if you design a street that works for kids, you design a street that works for everyone. And we say now is the time to design that street. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Sonia.
Yes, Sonia.
Mr. Nicolas Magin Pinto indicated in the chat that he had signed up last week to speak, and he's asking to please give him his 2 minutes, but he did sign up.
Okay, but we gotta do our election too. So 2 minutes. Do you see him in the, he's on the phone or he's on the computer?
Well, he's in the chat, I'm not sure, but it's Nicolas.
He's
Magin
unmuted.
Pinto. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nicholas.
Hi.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Hello? Can you hear?
Now I can hear. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Madrid-Pinto, and I am a 15-year resident of the Williamsburg waterfront. I sent the following comments in to the community board by email, but I think it's very important that I also read them into the record today.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
I sent the following comments into the community board, but I also think it's important to read them into the record today. I'm speaking up to express my concerns regarding potential conflicts of interest among the members of the Land Use and Landmarks Committee who will be making a recommendation to the full community board regarding the River Ring project at the former Con Ed site. I'm similarly concerned about any conflicts of interest regarding River Ring among the community board members. The River Ring project contemplates 2 60-story towers in a very densely populated part of the Williamsburg waterfront, and therefore merits the community board's earnest and honest input before the required zoning change can take effect. The community board's and its committee's process for evaluating the River Ring project should be undertaken with integrity and in the public interest, free from interference and/or influence by billionaire real estate interests.
Have you finished, Nicholas? Nicholas, we can't hear you.
Additionally, it has come to light that at least one member and spent it directly from the project as a proposed tenant of a substantial porcelain retail space. In light of the foregoing, I call on the committee to require all members to certify that, number one, they do not have any conflicts of interest related to the River Ring project, and number two, that they have not received or been offered or promised anything by Two Trees in exchange for favorable treatment of the project. it is imperative that any other conflict of interest and any attempt by Two Trees to influence the outcome or undermine the integrity of the committees and the board's review processes be brought to light immediately so that the public can ensure a fair and transparent review of Two Trees' proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jerry, we're gonna do our election now.
When I call your name, I will then call the position of the board that is being voted on this evening. Please answer with your choice for the candidate. And for the attendance committee, please answer with your choice for the 3 candidates. Also, if for some reason I can't hear you or we're not making audio contact, if you want your voice to be registered, please call the office, 718-389-0009. Anyone have any questions? Okay. Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Mr. Simon.
For the position of chair. For the position of chair, how do you vote?
Mr. Firo.
I'm sorry?
The current Mr.
Okay,
Firo.
for the position of first vice, how do you vote?
Mr. Simon.
For position of second vice, how do you vote?
The second is the current name, whoever is right on the position.
It's Delty.
Right now.
Okay, for the position, just for the members' advisement, if even though the member is unopposed, we still have to have a voting procedure.
Yes.
Third vice chair.
Mr. Alice Firo. For Mrs. Alice Firo.
Gina Barros is the only candidate. How do you vote?
Gina Barros.
Thank you. For the position of financial secretary, Maria Vieira is the only candidate.
Maria Vieira.
Thank you. For the position of recording secretary, Sonia Iglesia is the only
Sonia
candidate.
Iglesia. Sonia
Thank you.
Iglesia.
For the position of member at large, Philip Caponegro is the only candidate.
Philip Caponegro.
Thank you. For the attendance committee, I'm going to read you the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates, and you have to tell me which you could vote for 1, 2, or 3. So it's Eric Berzaitis in alphabetical order, Iris Cabrera, Julia Foster, Sante Maselli, Rabbi David Niederman.
Number 1.
Who? How do you vote, sir?
Number 1. Eric Bizarre.
Okay. You're just voting for 1?
Yes. And Simon and Rabbi Niederman. Not Rabbi.
Okay. Eric Berzaitis and Rabbi Niederman. That's it?
And Iris Cabrera.
Okay, that's 3. Thank you. Lisa Bamonte.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi, Lisa. How do you vote
Hi.
for chair?
Dialis,
First vice?
Simon,
Thank you. Second vice?
Del Teague,
Thank you. Third vice?
Gina Barros,
Thank you. Financial secretary?
Maria Vieira,
Thank you. Recording secretary?
Sonia Iglesias,
Thank you. Member at large?
Phil Capronegro,
Thank you. Attendance committee, 1, 2, or 3?
Eric, Rabbi Needleman, and
Yes.
Iris.
Thank you. Gina Barros. Excuse me. Gina?
Hello, do you hear me? Okay.
I do.
Okay,
The chair?
for Chair, Alice Fuller,
Thank you. First vice?
Simon Weiser,
Thank you. Second vice?
Del Teague,
Third vice?
Gina Barros,
Yes, thank you. Financial Secretary,
Maria Vieira,
thank you. Recording,
Sonia Iglesias,
thank you. At large,
Phil Caponegro,
thank you. Attendance Committee, 1, 2, or 3 candidates.
yes, who is it? David Needleman, Eric Bosides, and Julia Foster.
Julia Forster, thank you. Tion Brooks. Tion Brooks. Eric Berzaitis, I'm sorry. Eric,
Yes, sir.
for chair,
Chesler,
okay. For first vice,
Racklin,
got it. Second vice,
Dell,
thank you. Third,
Sonia.
no, it's Gina.
Sorry, Gina. Sorry.
It's okay.
Nominator. Sorry. Yes, Gina. Yes, sorry.
Financial Secretary,
Maria.
yes, thank you. Recording Secretary,
Sonia.
thank you. At large,
Bill.
thank you. Attendance Committee, 1, 2, or 3.
Brusadas,
Yes.
Cabrera, and
Yes.
Michelli.
Shelley, thank you. Tom Burrows,
Yes, Jerry.
for chair, Tom,
Steve Chesler,
okay. First vice,
Dana Ranchland,
thank you. Second vice,
Del Teague,
yes. Third,
Sonia Iglesias,
yes. Financial,
Maria Vieira.
thank you. Recording,
Oh, wait, I voted wrong. Sorry. Third vice chair is Gina Barros. Sorry.
yes.
Screwed that one up. Recording is Sonia Iglesias.
Yes,
Bill Caponegro,
yes.
and
Attendance
then
Committee, 1, 2, or 3.
Eric,
Yes.
Sante, and Iris.
Something. Iris, got it, thank you. Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
for chair,
Diales,
yes. For first vice,
Dana,
I'm sorry,
Anna,
Dana,
yes.
okay. Thank you. Second vice,
I'm sorry, hold on.
Del Teague is the current chair unopposed.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Del Teague, okay. Third vice,
Barros,
yes, thank you. Financial Secretary,
Maria,
thank you. Recording Secretary,
Sonia,
thank you. At large,
Caponegro,
thank you. Attendance Committee, you could vote for 1, 2, or 3.
Rabbi Niedemann,
Okay,
Julia, and Iris Cabrera.
okay, thank you. Bill Caponegro,
Okay, stay with me, Jerry.
okay,
Dialis, Simon,
okay. Dialis,
Dell,
Weiser, second vice,
Dell,
yes.
Gina,
Third vice,
Gina,
financial,
Maria,
recording,
Sonia,
at large.
me.
There's no me on the ballot.
Phil Caponegro.
Attendance Committee, 1, 2, or 3 candidates.
Rabbi Needleman, Eric, and I.
Hold on, Rabbi Needleman. Okay,
You got the three of them?
no, I got Rabbi Needleman. What were the other 2?
Eric
Okay,
and Iris.
and Iris?
Yes.
Okay. Frank Carbone,
Yes, okay. Dialis
Chair.
Fuller,
for chair, okay. For first vice,
Simon Weiser,
okay. Second,
Del Teague,
yes. Third,
Gina Barros,
financial,
Maria Vieira,
recording,
Sonia Iglesias,
at large.
Bill Caponegro,
Attendance Committee, 1, 2, or 3.
3. Iris Cabrera,
Yes,
Julia Foster,
yes.
Sante Michelli.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Steve Chesler,
All right, for Chair, Steve Chesler.
got it,
For first Vice Chair, Dana Rocklin.
got it.
For second Vice Chair, Del Teague.
Thank you,
For third, Gina Barros.
got it.
Financial, Maria Vieira.
Thank you, got it.
Recording, Sonia Inglesia.
Okay,
Member at Large, Phil Camponegro.
okay,
Attendance, Eric Brisadis, Iris Cabrera, and Sante Maselli.
thank you. Michael Chiricello. Michael Chiricello,
Yes, Lise Fuller,
what, okay,
Dana,
okay,
Del Teague,
okay,
Gina,
okay,
Maria,
okay,
Sonia,
okay,
Phil Caponegro,
yes,
Santa Michelli,
okay,
Eric, and Iris.
Eric, Iris, thank you. Teresa Cinciata. Teresa Cinciata. I know she was here. I don't know if she's still here. Tish? Marie, do you see her on your screen?
No, I'm looking for her now. See if she's someplace else. I don't
All
see
right.
her.
Tish, we can't hear you if you're here. Call the office.
Add under Dina.
Giovanni D'Amato?
All right, Steve for Chair,
Okay,
Dana,
okay,
Del,
yes,
Gina, Maria,
yes,
Sonia,
yes,
Phil,
yes,
Rabbi Niederman,
Is she voting?
yes.
Eric Brazaitis, and Iris Cabrera.
They're calling her name. She should call the office, they said.
Who are we talking about?
Jan, please mute yourself.
We were calling this, we were speaking with Mr. D'Amato. I don't know who you're talking about, but she, but anyway. Erin Drinkwater, please,
Yes.
for chair,
Chesler,
yes. First vice,
Racklin,
yes. Second,
Del Teague,
yes. Third,
Gina Barros,
financial,
Maria Rivera,
yes. Recording,
Sonia Iglesias,
at large,
Phil Caponegro,
attendance committee, 1, 2, or 3.
Eric Sante, and Iris.
Eric, Sante, and Iris. Okay, thank you. Mr. Divinowski,
Yes.
how do you vote for chair?
Yes.
How do you vote for chair, Mr. Divinowski?
Yes, I do. Simon?
Arthur? Yes,
Yes.
for chairperson, Mr. Divinowski.
Yeah. Okay, Chalice and Simon. I'm sorry because my internet is like breaking down.
I don't understand what you're
Hello?
saying. It's either
Hello?
Stephen Chesler or Dallas Fuller. Mr. Divinowski?
Alice Chesler.
It sounds like he's combining the two names.
Alice. I'm sorry
Huh?
because my internet is breaking down. Alice.
Uh,
Alice.
How to vote on here, come on.
Sorry,
What's
it's
that?
Alice.
Who's that?
I think he's saying Alice, I'm not sure.
Alice.
Yeah, but there is no
Alice.
Alice. Are you-
Alice.
The Alice, he's saying the Alice.
The Alice.
Okay, I don't have a word.
Told how to vote.
Okay. And for first vice,
Simon.
second vice, There's only one candidate, Del Teague.
Yeah, Delty, I go, yes.
Third vice? There's only one candidate,
Gina
Gina
Argento.
Barros.
Gina Barros.
Financial secretary? There's only one candidate, Maria Vieira.
Yes, yes. Riviera, yes.
The recording
Sonia-
secretary, Sonia Iglesia. There's only one candidate.
Sonia Iglesias.
Member at large. There's only one candidate, Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, Caponegro. Still.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Now for the attendance committee, you can either vote for 1, 2, 3, or no candidate. It's your choice. The 1, 2, 3, the 5
No
candidates.
candidate.
What's that? What's
No
that?
candidates.
So you're not voting for the attendance committee? Okay.
No
T.
candidates.
Willis Elkins. Willis?
Here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
For chair,
Steve Chesler,
the first vice,
Dana,
thank you. Second vice,
Del Teague,
thank you. Third,
Gina Barros,
financial,
Maria,
thank you. Recording,
Sonia,
thank you. At large,
Phil.
thank you. Attendance committee, 1, 2, or 3.
Yep. Eric, Iris, and Sante.
Eric, Iris, Sante, thank you. Julia Amanda Foster,
Can you hear me?
I can. For chair,
Madam Chair, Fuller,
first vice,
Weiser,
thank you. Second
Del
vice,
Teague,
thank you. Third,
Barros,
thank you. Financial,
Vieira,
thank you. Recording,
Iglesias, Sonia,
thank you. At large,
Phil,
thank you. Attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none.
of course, myself, Forster, Cabrera, and Rabbi.
Forster, Cabrera, Rabbi Needleman. Okay, thank you. That's it, thank you. Chair Fuller?
Sorry, I had to mute myself.
That's okay. How do you vote for chair?
D. Alex Fuller,
Thank you. First vice?
Dell,
First vice.
I'm Weiser, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Weiser,
Second vice?
Weiser,
Oh, no, that was first vice. Second vice. Del Teague is the only candidate.
oh, I'm sorry, Dell,
Third vice.
Weiser,
Gina Barros is the only candidate.
let me just do it. Barrows,
Recording
Iglesia,
secretary,
Sonia
Financial sec-
Iglesias,
financial secretary.
Maria Vieira,
Thank you. At large,
Bill Caponegro,
attendance committee.
Julia Foster, Rabbi Needleman, Iris Cabrera.
Forster, Needleman, Cabrera. Thank you. Joel Goldstein. Joel Goldstein.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi.
For chair,
Chair, Delise Fuller,
first vice,
Simon Weiser,
second vice,
Del Teague,
third,
Gina Barros,
financial,
Maria,
recording,
Sonia,
at large,
Phil Caponegro,
attendance committee.
voting for Rabbi Niederman, Julia Forster, Iris Cabarro.
Thank you. Joel Gross.
Yes.
How do you
Hear me?
vote for chair?
Madam Chair Fuller, Simon, Delty, Jean, Maria, Sonia, Philip, and then for Rabbi, Julia Foster, and Iris.
Thank you. Katie Horowitz,
No. Here.
how do you vote for chair?
Chesler,
First vice?
Dana,
Thank you. Second vice?
Del Teague,
Third?
Gina,
Financial?
Maria,
Recording?
Sonia,
At large?
Phil,
Attendance committee?
Eric, Iris, and Sante.
Eric, Iris, Sante, thank you so much. Sonia Iglesias.
Hello?
Sonia?
Yeah, for chair, Alice Fuller. For
Okay,
first vice, Simon Weiser.
okay,
For second vice, Del T.
okay,
For third vice, Gina Barrows.
yes,
For financial secretary, Maria Vieira.
yes,
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias.
yes.
For sergeant at arms, Phil Caponegro.
Okay, it's member at large.
Member at large, I'm sorry.
Attendance
For,
committee?
Attendance committee, Rabbi Needleman. Iris
Okay.
Cabrera. And Julia Foster.
Okay, thank you. Moisha Indig. Moisha Indig? No hands. Moisha Indig? No, no vote. Bozina Kaminsky. Bozina?
Yes, Chair Fuller, Simon Weiser,
Okay,
Gina,
okay. Yes,
Maria Vieira for finance,
yes,
Sonia Iglesias,
yes,
Phil Capronegro,
yes.
Eric Sante, and Rabbi Niederman.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Sante, Needleman, who is the other one, please?
Sante, first is Eric, Sante.
Eric, okay, I got it, I got you. Eric,
Okay.
Sante, and Rabbi
And
Needleman.
Rabbi Niederman, yes.
Okay. Ryan Coonan? Ryan Coonan?
Yep, here.
Okay, how do you vote for chair?
Steve Chesler,
Okay. First vice?
Dana Racklin,
Okay. Second?
Del Teague,
Okay. Third?
Gina Barrows,
Financial?
Maria Vieira,
Recording?
Sonia Iglesias,
At large?
Phil Caponegro,
Attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none?
3, Eric Brusitis, Iris Cabrera, Julia Foster.
Cabrera and Foster. Thank you. Yoel Landau. Yoel Landau. Yoel Landau. No vote. Marie Leanza. Marie Leanza.
Hey, I'm sorry, I thought mute. Okay, Fuller.
Okay.
Simon.
First vice. Okay.
Simon, yeah. There's
Second.
Del T,
Okay. Third.
Sonia.
No, third vice. Gina Barros is the only
Gina
candidate.
Barris, I'm sorry, Gina
That's
Barris.
okay. Financial secretary,
Financial secretary is,
Maria Vieira.
yeah, Maria, okay, Maria, yes.
Recording secretary,
Sonia,
okay. At large,
Philip,
okay. Attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none.
I want Eric,
Okay.
Santa, Michela, and Iris. Is that okay?
Abraham Leibovitz.
You hear me?
Yes. How do you
Chair.
vote for chair?
Del Fuller.
First vice,
Simon Weiser.
second vice,
Del Teague.
third vice.
Gina.
Thank you. Financial,
Maria.
thank you. Recording,
Sonia.
thank you. At large,
Bill.
did you say Phil?
Bill.
There's no Bill. It's Phil Caponegro is the member at large, current member at large. He's unopposed.
Yes, that's Phil.
Phil, okay, thank you. Attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none.
Julia, Iris, and Rabbi Niederman.
Julia, Iris, Rabbi Newman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lowe?
Yes, here I am.
Okay, how do you vote for chair?
Chair Fuller.
First vice?
Simon Weiser,
Second?
Del Teague,
Third?
Gina Barrows,
Financial?
Maria Vieira,
Recording?
Sonia Iglesias,
At large?
Phil Caponegro,
Attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none?
Tillman, Foster, and Cabrera.
Foster, Cabrera, who was the other one?
Niederman.
Rabbi Newman. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, the phone's ringing and it's drowning out. Thank you. Trina McKeever.
Yes,
Hi, Trina. How do you vote for chair?
Steve Chesler,
First vice?
Dana Racklin,
Okay.
and then I can
Second?
just read you, Jerry, can I just read you the names?
Yeah, sure.
Del,
Oh.
Gina,
Okay.
Maria, Sonia, Phil, and then for the attendance committee, Eric, Iris, and Sante.
Eric, Iris, and Sante. Great, thank you.
Jerry,
Mr. Michelli, yes.
there are two callers calling in, two board members. They couldn't
That
connect, so
have I called their name already?
yes.
All right, who is it?
Mr. Indig?
All right.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Indig?
Mr. Indig?
Yeah, we're sitting on the line.
Okay.
We're listening to the entire meeting. I'm sitting with Joel
Okay.
Landau. We're trying to vote. Somehow,
All right.
I don't know, we listen to you, but you don't hear us.
I can't hear you. Okay, sir. How do you vote for chair?
We're chair for Fuller.
Okay, I have you on speakerphone.
Yes.
First vice?
Is Simon Weiser.
Okay, second vice?
Dano.
Second vice. Del Teague is the current second.
No, second vice is, you tell me the name, I'll tell you.
Del Teague.
LT.
Okay,
Okay.
third vice? Gina Barros is the current person, unopposed.
Yes. Gina Barrows.
Okay, financial secretary Maria Vieira.
Yes, Maria Vieira.
Okay,
I'm sitting together here with Joel Landau.
okay, recording secretary Sonia Iglesias is the current recording secretary.
Yes. Voting, that's it. Voting, yes.
Okay.
I'm voting for her.
All right, member at large. Phil Caponegro is the current member at large.
I'm voting for Bill Caponegro.
Okay, now the attendance committee, you can vote for 1, 2, 3, or none. The candidates are Eric Brusadas, Iris Cabrera, Julia Foster, Sante Maselli, and Rabbi Niederman.
Rabbi Niederman.
Okay?
And who else were there?
Sante Maselli, Julia Foster, Iris
Sante
Cabrera.
Maselli and then Julia Foster. Leave the same. We're good.
Sante Maselli, Julia Foster. Okay, thank you.
Can you take the vote from Joe Freeman too, or is it on Orlando?
Who is this?
Gaptari. Joe Landau.
Put Mr. Landau on the phone.
He's here. He's right here.
Okay.
Oh, you have him on the line? Oh, okay. He called you from his phone. Okay.
He's on another phone.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know. Okay. So
Okay,
no problem.
all right, I'll pick that up. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Landau?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, how do you vote for chair?
I'm voting for Fuller, Simon, Delty, Downtown, Eric, Rabbi Niederman.
Hi, third vice? How do you vote for third vice? Mr. Landau? Mr. Landau? Mr. Landau?
Yes.
Are you voting for the rest of the positions? Third vice?
For Delty?
No, third. You already told me, Delty. Third vice is Gina Barros, unopposed.
Yes, Gina.
Financial secretary Maria Vieira, unopposed.
Vieira also, yes.
Recording secretary Sonia Iglesias, unopposed.
Yeah, I'm also.
Member at large Phil Caponegro is unopposed.
Caponegro also.
Okay, attendance committee. You can vote for 1, 2, 3.
Rabbi Niederman.
Rabbi Niederman. Anybody else?
Okay. No, that's it.
Thank you. Goodbye. Gotta be a better way. Mr. Maselli. How are
Hi,
you?
Jerry. Very good.
evening.
Hi, Jerry. Good evening. I'm gonna
Good
read
evening.
it all one
Okay.
after another. Correct me something. So
Sure.
Steve Chesler, Dana Racklin,
Okay,
Dale
slow,
Teague,
slow. I'm going across the page. Okay,
Steve Chesler, Dana
I got,
Racklin,
I
Dale
got that.
Teague, Gina Barros,
Yes, yes,
Maria Vieira, Sonny
Yes.
Iglesias,
yes,
Caponegro, Brusaitis, Micheli, Cabrera.
The attendance committee was Eric Brusitis, Iris Cabrera, and Ms. Shelley, right?
Micheli, yes, me, myself.
Thank you. I
Thank
got it. Thank you. Toby Moskovitz? Toby Moskovitz?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
For
so
chair?
Dialis Fuller,
Okay. First
I'm-
vice?
Simon Weiser,
Yes,
Del Teague,
yes,
Gina Barros, Maria Vieira,
yes,
Sonia Iglesias, Phil
yes,
Caponegro, and then Rabbi
yes.
Newman, Sante Michelli, and Iris Cabrera.
Thank you so much. Martin Needleman. Marty?
Yes, okay, you ready?
Yes,
Steve Chesler,
yes,
Simon Weiser,
yes,
Del Teague,
yes,
Gina Barros,
yes,
Maria Vieira,
yes,
Sonia Iglesias,
yes,
Phil Caponegro.
yes,
For the committee, it's Iris Cabrera, Eric
Yes.
Brasitis, and Sante Michelli.
yes, thank you. Rabbi Niederman. Rabbi? I can see you. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Rabbi Niederman for
Yes.
chair?
Yes, Dialis, Simon, Del Teague,
Yes,
Gina,
Yes.
Maria, Sonia
Yes.
Gracio,
yes,
and Phil Caponegro.
yes,
Julia Foster, and Iris, and myself.
okay, thank you, Rabbi. Mary O'Donnell,
I'll just read the list straight down.
go ahead.
Madam Fuller, Simon, Del,
Okay, yes,
Del, Gina,
yes,
Maria,
yes,
Sonia,
yes,
Phil,
yes,
and my three are Julia, Sante, and Rabbi Niederman.
thank you. Janice Peterson. Janice Peterson,
Yes, Fuller, Weiser,
yes,
Del Teague.
Yes.
Who is that? The next one, I can't read my own writing.
Gina Barros,
Gina Barros, Maria Vieira, Sonia,
yes,
Phil,
yes,
Eric, Iris, and Sante Michelli.
Eric, Iris, Sante, thank you. Dana Racklin,
Hi, I'm here.
yes, for chair,
Steve, Dana,
yes,
Del Teague,
yes,
Gina Barros,
yes,
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias, Phil
Yes.
Capernegro,
Yes.
Sante Michelli, Eric Brasitis, Iris Cabrera.
all right, so Michelli, Cabrera, and Brusitis, thank you. Bella Sable. Bella,
She's
you're
talking.
muted, Bella. I can
Je-
see you.
Jerry,
Bella?
yeah, she called in because she's having trouble
She's
with
on?
the voice. She's
Okay,
on the
I'm gonna-
phone. She's on line one.
Bella? You're- What is that, sonar? I I can hear you.
Okay, hello?
How do you vote for chair?
Okay,
She has to put her computer on mute. Put your computer on mute and then talk from your phone to the office. Put the computer on mute.
Bella, do you have your computer muted? You can't do both at the same time.
okay, so can I?
Mute your computer and stay on the phone with me.
Okay.
Are you there?
What is that?
Why can't I talk on the computer?
How do you vote for chair? Bella? We lost her. Marie, do you have her number to call her back?
Yes, so I'll do that.
Isaac Sulfur, we'll come back to Bella. Isaac Sulfur. Isaac Sulfur. Rob Solano.
For chair, Dialis Fuller.
Okay.
Vice chair, Dana.
Okay.
Second vice, Del
Yes,
T.
me.
Okay.
Third, Gina Barros.
Okay.
Maria Vieira.
Okay.
Sonia Iglesias.
Okay.
Phil Carpenegro.
Okay.
Then it's going to be Rabbi,
Okay.
Harris, and Foster.
Rabbi Cabrera and Foster, you said?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Del Teague?
Jerry Bell is back on the line.
Let me try. One moment, Del, please.
Okay, okay.
Marie. Marie,
Yes.
can you hear her clear?
Uh,
Hello,
I'm gonna try. Bella?
Jerry's not.
Jerry, I can hear her.
All right, Exa, how did she vote for chair?
Okay, how do you vote for chair? Fuller?
Hello.
One moment, please.
I'm sorry?
First vice?
First vice chair? Okay, and
Who is it for first vice?
Simon Weiser.
Second vice?
Del Teague.
Third vice?
Third vice? Gina Barros.
Okay. Financial?
Financial? Maria Vieira.
Recording?
Recording? Sonia Iglesias.
At large?
All right, we have that. And member at large? Phil Caponegro.
Okay. Attendance committee 1, 2, 3, or none?
Wait 1 second. Rabbi Needleman, Sante Michelli, and what was the other one? Eric Brusitis. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Jerry, this is Isaac Sofer. For me?
Yes, Mr. Sulfur, go ahead. How do you vote for chair?
Dialis Fuller.
First vice?
Simon Weiser.
Second?
Del T.
Third?
Mrs. Barros.
Financial?
Maria Vieira.
Recording?
Tony Iglesias.
At large?
Mr. Caponegro.
Attendance committee 1, 2, 3, or none?
Foster, Brusitis, and Niederman.
Okay, Brusitis, Foster, and Niederman. Thank you. Only 6 to go. Del Teague? Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's okay. So,
For chair,
Stephen Chesler,
okay. First vice,
Simon Weiser,
okay.
Del
Second,
Teague,
second vice,
Del
third
Teague,
vice,
Gina Barros,
financial,
Maria Vieira,
recording,
Sonia Iglesias,
at large,
Philip Caponegro,
okay. Attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none.
okay, Eric, Sante, Rabbi Niederman.
And we're. Rabbi Needham. Thank you. Tommy Torres. Tommy,
Hi, Jerry. You hear me?
how are you?
Been waiting for this all night.
Okay, how do you vote for chair?
Chair Fuller,
First vice,
Weiser,
second vice,
Del Teague.
third,
You gotta help me, Jerry.
Gina Barros, unopposed.
Gina Barros, Gina.
Okay, financial secretary,
Maria Vieira,
recording secretary.
Sonia Iglesias,
Thank you. Phil, member at large.
Phil Cap,
Okay, attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none.
we got Rabbi, we
Okay,
got Julia Foster,
okay,
and third is Iris Cabrera.
okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Vega,
Hi, Jay. I'm going to call about in order. First is
Go ahead.
Steve, Dana, Del T,
okay,
Gina,
okay,
Maria,
yes,
Sonia,
yes,
Phil.
yes.
And for the 3, I have Eric, Sante, and Judy.
Eric,
And who?
Sante, who was the last one?
Judy Foster?
Julia, yeah,
Yeah, Julia. Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Vieira. Maria,
I'm here. I was trying to unmute.
okay,
For chair, Alice Fuller,
first vice,
Simon Weiser,
okay, second,
Del Teague,
third,
Gina Barros,
financial,
Maria Vieira,
recording,
Sonia Iglesias,
okay, at large,
Phil Caponegro,
okay, attendance committee, 1, 2, 3, or none.
all of them.
You can't, it's too many.
I realize that.
I mean, I could put all of them and just void your vote, but
I vote. They should all be on. Okay, Rabbi Niederman, Julia Foster, Iris Cabrera.
okay, thank you. Stephen Weinberg.
Jerry, it'll be Dialis.
Hi, Steve.
Good evening.
First
Dialis,
vice,
Simon, Del,
Del,
Gina,
okay,
Maria,
yes,
Sonia,
yes,
Philip,
yes,
Rabbi Niederman,
yes.
Foster, and Ms. Cabrera.
Foster and
And
Cabrera,
Iris.
did you say Cabrera? I couldn't hear
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Last but not least, Simon Weiser.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, Chair Fuller, Simon
Yes.
Weiser, Del Teague, Gina Barros,
yes,
Maria Vieira,
yes,
Sonia Iglesias, Phil
Yes.
Caponegro,
yes.
Julia Foster, Rabbi Niederman,
Oh,
and
wait,
Iris Cabrera.
Slow down. Foster, Rabbi Niederman.
Rabbi Niederman and Iris Cabrera.
Okay. Is there anyone whose name I have not called or you have not heard me? Going once? Going twice? Okay, Madam Chair. I will do the tallying now. Wait, the phone is ringing.
See, I'm calling it.
Marie, answer it. Let's see what it is, please.
We already called him.
All corrupt. I'm gonna unleash on them this fast, so.
Is it somebody that didn't vote?
I don't know.
Jerry, no, this is someone who wanted to speak
Okay,
at the meeting.
all right. You could move on.
Hey,
I'll
thank you.
do the tally. Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the meeting while you do the tally.
And,
Okay.
and just so everyone knows, the vote, how everyone voted becomes part of the minutes. So this is a public record.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, next item on the agenda is elected officials. We have one elected signed up, Mr. Andrew Epstein from Assemblywoman Emily Gallagher's office. Is Mr. Epstein here? Is Mr. Andrew Epstein here? Okay.
I'm
hearing no-
looking for him. Alice, I no longer see him on the call.
Thank you, Marie. Okay, well, if he comes back on, let me know.
Okay, and I have one person we had a call during public session. She's on the phone. She wants to speak.
Okay.
Okay. I just have to find her to put her on. I think I lost her again.
Okay, we'll move on. Committee reports, Public Safety and Human Services, Tom Burrows.
We had a very good meeting. We had a number of representatives from Woodhull Hospital came. The report goes into a lot of things that are happening at the hospital, the expansion of their emergency department. The Women's Health Pavilion project got $3.5 million from Senator Salazar's office, so they're moving ahead on that. A number of departments have been combined to make it much more efficient there. The facade restoration project has restarted. I've attached to the report a number of different events. This is Pride Month, so the hospital will be having an LGBTQ Pride event on June 30th. And I'm hoping that Marie Vieira gets back on the Community Advisory Board, but if not, we can always use a volunteer for the Community Advisory Board. The police department, the 9-4 wasn't available, but the 9-4 was available, but not the 9-0. There's a lot of discussion about the issues of dirt bikes, scooters, ATVs. The city is doing a citywide focus on that. The issues about the McGinnis redesign, and also there's a Manhattan Avenue safety corridor that the businesses are working together. And so everybody remembers National Night Out is going to be August the 3rd at both the 9-0 and the 9-4 precinct. On another public safety kind of issue is the issue of garbage, trash cans, sanitation, and illegal dumping. And Gio has been my under the BQE guy. There's now a committee being on a regular basis put together by the Assemblywoman's office to try and focus on the issues underneath the BQE with cleanup and garbage dumping and stuff like that. So we had a very good meeting. Read the report, read all the attachments from the hospital. That's it for that one.
Please continue with SLA.
Okay, the SLA committee. The report is sent out to everyone. We had new liquor licenses, and after the committee met, we ended up with, out of the group of 17 new, 6 we recommend denial on, 8 we recommend approval, and 3 the applicants requested postponement after we asked them a lot of questions that they weren't being able to answer. So it may be easier and quicker to do all the new ones together. As I indicated, there are 6 that were recommending denial and 8 approvals and 3 postponements. So who wants to
Solano
make
motions.
Rob?
In.
Is there a second out there? I hear nothing.
I
second
that.
I'm seconding Phil Caponegro.
Okay, who's calling the vote?
Okay, a motion is made in second. Marie, can you call the roll call vote?
I'll do it. I'll hold off. I'm almost done with the attendance committee. Marie, you have the note. I was doing a tally, so I don't have the title for this vote. So I'll just call the vote and I'll just put roll.
It's for the new liquor licenses, which are 6 denials,
Okay.
8 approvals, and 3 postponements.
Okay, new. Okay, Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tian Brooks. Eric Brazedas.
Yes.
Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chirichella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski. T. Willis Elkins. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Joel Gross.
Yes.
Katie Horowitz.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. Rosanna Kaminsky.
Yes.
Ryan Coonan.
Abstain.
Joel Landau. Marie Leanza.
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Maselli.
Yes.
Toby Moskovitz. Martin Needleman.
Yes.
Rabbi Needleman.
Yes.
Mario Domrick.
Yes.
Janice Peterson. Dana Racklin. Bella Sable. Bella, I can't hear you again. If you want, you could give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thumbs up. Okay, that's a yes. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Thank you. Rob Solano.
Yes.
Thank you. Del Teague.
Yes. Yes.
Who was that speaking in the background?
Toby Moskowitz. Could you just answer the question? Because my phone froze. I had to call back in. I apologize.
That's okay. How do you vote?
Can you repeat the question again, the votes?
It's the motion from the SLA committee on the new license recommendations.
Yes, yeah.
And Bogdan says yes too.
Bogdan's a yes too. Thank you. Tommy Torres.
Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg. Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Thank you. Steve Weidberg? Okay.
Yes, Jerry. I'm sorry I couldn't get in.
Okay, so noted. 33 yes, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
There were 24 renewals that came before the committee. The committee reviewed them. We reached out to both the 9-4 and the 9-0 precinct if there were any problems or complaints with any of them. We had no complaints from the public or either of the precincts. So the committee recommends approval of all the renewals.
I would like to make the motion to approve the.
Rob
SLA.
Solano second.
I second that.
Okay, motion been made by, Debonowski and second by, who? Rabbi Needleman? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento,
Oh,
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros, Tion Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro, Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Mike Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dubinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross,
Yes.
Katie Horowitz.
It's actually Katie Denny Horowitz, and yes.
Okay, we have to note that because that's not the way the borough president appointed you, so, but we'll make that correction. And it's a yes, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Yes.
Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman,
yes.
Mario Domark,
Yes.
Janice Peterson, Dana
Yes.
Racklin.
Yes.
Jan, did you just vote? Did I hear you?
Being on
Nope.
mute, yes.
Okay. Bella Sable. You can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down again. Okay. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano.
Yes.
Del Teague.
Yes.
Tommy Torres.
Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieta.
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg. Steve Weidberg.
You're right.
Simon Weiser.
Yes. You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you get mine?
No.
I was a yes. I'm having problems with my phone.
All right. Thank you.
I said yes also, Gina Barros.
Okay.
Oh no, did I freeze? Oh no, good.
33 yes. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jared. Does that complete your?
No, we had three previously postponed items, which the applicants asked to postpone because we have a lot of questions for them. And then they come back, hopefully meeting some of our requests. Bistro South Corporation, the committee is recommending approval. Catalpan NYC LLC, the committee voted to recommend approval, but it was a vote of 6-4 and 1 abstention. There were speakers on both sides of the issue of this particular location, but the committee did recommend that the full board approve this. And New Hope Brooklyn, doing business as 10 Hope, they were doing a method of operation change, and they changed their closing hour, got rid of live music and DJ after a request. So we're recommending approval of those three previously postponed items.
I'd like to make recommendations.
Solano motions.
Second,
Bogdan, and who second?
Vega.
Vega. Roll
Thank you.
call vote, please.
All right, this is on the previously postponed, right?
Right.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros, Gina, Tian Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dubinowski, P. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross,
Yes.
Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Yes.
Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
No.
no, Toby Moskowitz,
Yes.
Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman. I'm sorry? Martin Needleman? Rabbi Needleman? Mario Domrick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes, and Hanny is waiting online, Herzog.
I don't know who that is. Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable. Bella, okay, I see you. Bella's a yes. Isaac Sulfur,
Yes.
Robert Solano,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weiberg, Simon Weiser,
Yes, yes.
Jerry, Steven, I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with my phone.
Steve, I hear you. How do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Marty Needleman votes yes also.
So noted.
Sure.
34 yes, 1 no. Motion carries.
And there's just one more thing. There's the special permit came to the board, and the construction site, they're going to be operating a temporary mini golf, and they needed to get a license to dispense beer and wine. Normally they only get 4 special permits. This required 21 special permits, and at the end of the special permit period, the bar or whatever it's going to be at the golf thing is going to be considered a branch office of the other half brewery, and they won't have to get permits. So we recommended approval of those special permits.
A lot of motion.
Is that for the Two Trees site?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bailey's came in.
Rob, you made the motion?
I second.
Motion.
I second.
Rob and Tommy. Roll call vote, please, Jerry.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dubinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julie Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross,
Yes.
Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yeah.
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky,
Yes, Jerry.
thank you, Brian Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz,
Yes.
Martin Needleman,
No.
Rabbi Niederman, Mario Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson, Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Paula Sable. Bella, you could give me hands up, hands down. Hands up is a yes, okay. Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieira, Stephen
Bogdan say
Weinberg,
yes. Bogdan say yes.
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg,
Yes.
Simon Weiser,
Yes. Yes.
thank you.
And Bogdan say yes.
I have you, Bogdan, thank you. This is for
Thank you.
special permits. $33 yes, 1 no, 0 abstention.
That's it for the report. The next committee meeting is June 22nd. Please go through the list that was posted in the public session today. If there's any issues or complaints or concerns, please let the committee know. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. I believe the results of the election is finished, so you want to give the results, Jerry?
For the position of attendance committee, Eric Brusitis, 24 votes, Iris Cabrera, 34 votes, Julia Foster, 21 votes, Sante Maselli, 21 votes, Rabbi Niederman, 27 votes. So the top 3 vote getters are, the committee will consist of Iris Cabrera with 34 votes, Rabbi Niederman with 27 votes, and Eric Brusitis with 24 votes. So those are that's your attendance committee. For the position of member at large, Phil Caponegro received 44 votes. He is the member at large. For the position of recording secretary, Sonia Iglesia received 44 votes. She is the recording secretary for the new term. For the position of financial secretary, Maria Vieira received 44 votes. She is the winner for the new term. For the position of third vice, Gina Barros received 44 votes. She is the third vice for the new term. For the position of second vice, Del Teague received 44 votes. She is the winner for this term. For the position of first vice chairperson, Ms. Racklin received 15 votes. Mr. Weiser received 29 votes. Mr. Weiser is the projected winner of the race. For the position of chairperson, Mr. Chesler received 14 votes. Chair Fuller received 30 votes. Chair Fuller is the projected winner of the race. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, everyone, for your vote, and I look forward to working another year with everybody. Congratulations to the rest of the team. I look forward to working with you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Next, Land Use Committee report. Dal?
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first item was 307 Kent Avenue. That is a request to change from an M31 to an M15. They would build a 9-story commercial building designed around smaller office and industrial spaces, which they hope will suit better to the post-COVID situation where there's an expectation that some people will still work from home, and so that office space and industry space might become smaller. They would also have, they would get the extra FAR, 1.5 extra FAR for a medical facility. We asked them what guarantee we had that they would put a medical facility in, and they said that the way they have it set up, it actually goes partly on one floor and another, that it is set up in such a way that there a very large variety of medical kinds of facilities would be appropriate. They hope to be able to have a medical facility rent and move in, but they said if there is not a strong likelihood that they're getting somebody in there, that because it's just a small application, it wouldn't be cost effective for them to have a 1.5 FAR laying vacant. So they said that if there isn't a strong likelihood, they won't build the extra and they'll just do with less FAR. We did consider conditioning approval on some kind of restrictive declaration to require some amount of industrial space, but we opted not to do so because we felt that in general the development is conforming, and that the proposed plan will address in a good way the post-shutdown need for smaller offices and light industries. So the committee voted to approve the application. 14 voted yes. There were no votes. So I need a vote. The committee voted to approve the application.
Rob Solano motions to approve.
A second, Trina.
Rob and Trina, roll call vote, please.
What was the address on this one, Dale, please?
307 Kent Avenue. 307 Kent Avenue.
Great, thank you. Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera, Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato, Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
No.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yep.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Ozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Ryan Coonan,
No.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
No.
Toby Moskowitz,
Yes.
Martin Edelman. Yes,
Yes.
Martin,
Moskowitz votes yes.
thank you. Martin Edelman,
No.
Rabbi Niederman, Mario Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
No.
Dana Racklin,
Abstain?
abstain. Bella Sable? Hand raising is yes. Thumbs down is no. How do you vote? Yes? Thank you. Isaac Sofer? Rob Solano? Rob Solano?
Solano, yes.
Del Teague?
Yes.
Tommy Torres?
Yes.
William Vega?
Yes.
Maria Vieira?
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg?
Yes.
Simon Weiser?
Yes.
Thank you. Twenty-five yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay, the next application is 7779 Jerry or Gary Street. This is to amend a previously approved application for a house of worship. The application actually will provide for a smaller building from 7 stories to 5 stories. The building will have the actual same footprint, but will wind up taking 100% lot coverage instead of 65% because they were originally counting on a business deal where they would be able to use the height allowances for three additional plots of land. That fell through, so they decreased the height of the building, and the building will have the same footprint, as I said, but it would wind up having 100% lot coverage. The committee voted to approve the application, 11 yes, 0 no. Need a vote.
Just second and first on the motion. Anybody second first?
I second Vega.
Solano, second.
Okay, Vega, Solano, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento? Bogdan Bakarowski? Lisa Bamonte?
Yes.
Gina Barros?
Yes.
Tion Brooks? Eric Brusadas?
Yes.
Tom Burrows?
Yes.
Iris Cabrera?
Yes.
Phil Caponegro? Frank Carbone?
Yes.
Stephen Chesler?
Yes.
Michael Chirchella? Teresa Cinciata? Giovanni D'Amato?
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater? Arthur Davidowski? T. Willis Elkins?
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster?
Yes.
Joel Goldstein?
Yes.
Joel Gross? Katie Denny Horowitz?
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia?
Yes.
Moisha Indig? Bozina Kaminsky?
Yes, Jerry.
Thank you. Ryan Coonan?
Yes.
Yoel Landau? Marie Leanza?
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz? Yoel Lowe? Trina McKeever?
Yes.
Sante Maselli?
Abstain.
Toby Moskowitz?
Yes.
Martin Needleman?
Yes.
Rabbi Needleman? Mario Damark?
Yes.
Janice Peterson?
Yes.
Dana Racklin?
Yes.
Bella Sable? Hands up is a yes. Thank you. Isaac Sofer? Robert Solano? Robert Solano? Del Teague?
Yes.
Tommy Torres? William Vega?
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg,
Yes.
Simon Weiser,
Yes, I got it. All right, so what,
Solano, yes.
'28 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. The third is, it's called Elevate Transit Zoning for Accessibility. The MTA is proposing a citywide text amendment that will allow them to work with private developers to have an easier time making changes to the entrance and exits from the train station, so there'll be more accessibility. And they do this by creating these transit easement certifications. If so, for this, and this is only for new development, or if there's a building that's going to have an amendment, a change and an amendment to the building. And this is in areas that are R5 or more, and in manufacturing districts for all lots that are at least 5,000 square feet and within 50 feet of a station. At that point, any developer will have to consult with the MTA to find out if there is a need for an easement to be able to get a better access to the train station. And then in order to do this, they will give certain relief to the developers, consisting of floor area and height allowances, relaxed requirements for open space, setbacks, and parking. Now, the density bonuses are only in R9 and R10 districts, and we don't have any of those in our district. We can put in any comments by June 14th. The committee voted unanimously to approve the application and to ask the full board to submit a letter of approval to the City Planning Commission by June 14th. So I need a vote.
I'll make a motion, Phil Caponegro.
Bill Caponegro, is there a second?
William Vega seconds.
Bill and Vega, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte, Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater, Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yeah.
Julia Mantner Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yeah.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Ozena Kaminsky.
Yes.
Thank you. Ryan Coonan, Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
No.
Toby Moskowitz,
Yes.
Martin Needleman, Rabbi Niederman, Mary Adamerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable, Isaac Sulfur, Robert Solano, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Tommy Torres,
Vega says yes.
I heard
Tommy
you. I thought somebody spoke over you. Tommy Torres?
Yes.
Yes, I thought so. Thank you. Maria Vieira?
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg?
Yes.
Simon Weiser?
Yes.
$27 yes, 1 no. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. One more, 101 Zarek Avenue. The Department of Transportation is seeking to take control of 101 Varick and expand its sidewalk inspection unit and relocate the street lighting warehouse operations to this site. The building already exists. They don't have to add anything to the building. They will have their operations there. They will have some trucks parked there, no big semis, but some pickups, vans, dump trucks. They said they're not going to have any concrete materials on the site. They will not be preparing any concrete on the site. They did say that they were looking to install solar panels on the roof. We also encouraged them to do a green roof. They said they would try to work with the owner of the property to do that, but that wasn't in their control. Then the hours of operations are 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Several people pointed out to them that there are several large entertainment venues nearby, and at least one of them has daytime events that when large crowds come and go during their hours of operation. They didn't seem to really understand that. So we encouraged them to make sure that they have a plan to deal with that contingency. They promised that they would, and our recommendation was to approve, but with the suggestion, very strong suggestion, that DOT include in its future presentations a plan to take into consideration the proximity of the nightlife venues, and also with a very strong recommendation that they be required to at least have solar panels on the roof, and that that the future people that they present to will also encourage them to try to do a green roof. We had 13 voting yes, no one voted no, so I need another vote.
Motion to approve.
Who made the
Second.
motion?
Second.
Brusadas.
And Vega
Brusadas?
seconds. And Vega seconds.
Vega second. Roll call vote, please.
Excuse me. Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tian Brooks. Eric Brusadas.
Yes.
Thomas Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Churchella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater. Arthur Dibinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes, sir.
Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Joel Gross. Katie Denny Horowitz. Sonia
Yes.
Iglesias. Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. Bozena Kaminsky.
Yes, Jerry.
Thank you. Brian Coonan. Joel Landau.
Yes. Ryan, yes.
Joel Landau. Marie Lianza. Abraham Leibovitz. Joel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Maselli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Martin Needleman. Rabbi Niederman. Mario Domerick.
Yes.
Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Dana Racklin. Bella Sable.
Jerry, I'm here. Dana Rackland, yes.
So noted. Bella Sable's a yes, so noted. Isaac Sulfur? I have you, Bella, thank you. Isaac Sulfur, Robert Solano? Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres? William Vega?
Yes.
Maria Vieira? Maria Vieira?
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg?
Yes.
Simon Weiser?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Jerry.
29 in the affirmative, including Mr. Torres. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Our next meeting will be June 28th. And I just want to say, hope that we have a happier and healthier and just a better year next year. Thanks.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Thanks, Jerry. Thank Dell.
Also,
Thanks,
Madam Chair, can I be recognized after somebody else is just?
Yeah, Vega here wants to, Madam Chair, I got a text from Andrew Epstein, who works for Emily Gallagher. He extends his apologies. He's stuck in Albany in a legislative meeting. So again, he apologized to you as well as the rest of the community board. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody else want to say something?
Hanny Herzog is on the phone and has been waiting for a very long time.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna call her after Dell finishes her report. So
Okay,
Marie,
thank
will you call her and open up her line, please?
Yes, can I speak, Madam Chair? You tell me when you're ready.
Is Hanny ready?
I'm going to try to get her again.
Okay, go ahead, Michelli.
Now, once we are on land use, it's not on this the agenda of today, but in regard to East River Ring, I just want to inform all the board in regard to the vote of the community board about asking Councilmember Levin to work with outreach committee on the East River Ring. Ben Solitaire immediately reached to me a few days after the vote, and since then he didn't call me back. I called him back. Actually, I received his text last week saying that he was apologizing for not returning my call. I texted him back asking about that it was important to us to know, to understand how council member Levin want to proceed in regard to organize a forum. I didn't receive any response to my text message. So as of today, as a chair of the outreach committee, I don't know what's the position of our council member in regard to organize a forum for the East River Ring to better inform the community. That's all.
Thank you. Is she ready? Thank you. Is she ready, Marie?
Henny?
Yes.
Henny?
Yes, this is Henny.
You're on.
This is Henny.
Okay,
this
you
is
got
Henny
2 minutes.
speaking. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please speak.
Hello, this is Henny Herzog. Do you hear me?
Yes, Henny.
Oh my God. I hung up, but the phone didn't disconnect. So it was just on the loudspeaker the entire night. Who is going to be hearing me now if I say anything?
Everybody, Henny.
Okay.
We all hear you. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Excuse me, 2 minutes. Okay. They spoke about the Human Rights Commissioner, about the housing discrimination. They spoke about the Parks Department, about the parks, whatever. Nobody mentioned the word about the pool. I'm here tonight to represent hundreds of neighborhood women coalition from all walks of life that are looking forward to jump into this beautiful pool as soon as possible. We need the pool now. Now. And I'll say it again and again. Now. It's time for Parks Department to move forward and listen Yes, listen to its constituents and give them what they need and address to their needs, especially after this pandemic, the COVID era. Women need aquatic services now even more so. Neighborhood women, we, the neighborhood women, are primary users of this pool. Again, we need the pool now. Thanks for listening and good night.
You're welcome. Good night. Environmental Protection, Steve Chesler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We met back on the 27th of May. The we had a number of items, but the big ticket item was National Grid came in to present about their upgrading their Greenpoint liquefied natural gas facility, essentially modernizing, as they put it, 2 of the vaporizers there. And they were represented by Renee McClure, who's their community person, and their new vice president of corporate affairs, Brian Malloy, and a number of others. And their main focus was that I think based on the reaction of the community to their pipeline project and to this and to the board's reaction previously, they emphasize their commitment to the state's climate goals and the city's climate goals, and that this vaporizer upgrade project inevitably would help reduce the fossil fuel. It definitely wouldn't increase it, and just increase in efficiency. And at the end of the presentation, they showed us a video that essentially looked like a commercial that you might see before a movie when we were, going to movie houses and seeing them in person. And so the committee reaction and community reaction, we were really, taken back. There was a very generalized presentation, and people had issues with safety, with just working with liquefied natural gas, which is incredibly volatile. And the modernization of this facility is predicated on getting a Can you please mute whoever that is? Thank you.
Heading.
They need to revitalize a trucking facility, as they say. Thank you. That during extreme cold weather, and the trucks would transport and refill the vaporizers with liquefied natural gas. Apparently, right now it's illegal to do that. There's a special variance that National Grid would need to get, and people just question the safety of having such a thing, and they said that was out of scope for this meeting. And then people also took great issue with lack of communication and meeting with community members and groups in the community near both the pipeline and the LNG facility. And they didn't really provide data specifically on how why they need this modernization, and specifically how by adding this infrastructure, how that's going to help reduce their climate emissions and comply with the Climate Act that comes into fruition in 2050, where the state needs an 85% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So, and so inevitably what we ended up doing is we drafted 2 letters that the committee unanimously approved to issue. The first one was to National Grid, specifically requesting the data that was lacking from what they presented to us. Why the trucking is illegal as it relates to the GNC facility. What alternatives to the LNG facility in relation to compliance with the Climate Act and achieving pathways, which the city is, that's their initiative to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And how and when the National Grid will communicate directly with communities in close proximity to them. Our project was at the pipeline and the vaporizer facility and the trucking station. And what will the cost be to consumers for this facility and trucking upgrade? And does National Grid test for radon at its Greenpoint LNG facility? Provide details. And will the testing be different for the upgraded facility? And what is National Grid's response to the thousands of comments that have been submitted against the project with the DEC? And then secondly, we approved issuing a letter to the mayor, the governor, the commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation, a person who is in charge of, issuing the LNG permit, PSC commissioner, a group related in FDNY and in the mayor's office, essentially saying that National Grid needs permits from the fire department to be able to do the upgrade of the vaporizers and to modernize the trucking station, approximately 9 permits. So the letter will basically say to urge the mayor to disapprove these permits until National Grid provides our board with the data that we're asking for and communicates the details of the MRI project and the Greenpoint Energy facility proposals for these communities that are in close proximity to the project and environmental justice communities. So I need a motion to approve sending these letters.
I'll make a motion, Trina.
And I second Vega.
I was gonna second too.
Yeah.
Can I have a roll call vote, please? Motion's been made and second.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barrows,
Yes.
Tian Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Ozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
thank you, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yep, yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Toby votes yes.
So noted, thank you. Rabbi Niederman, Mario Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson, Dana Racklin.
Yes, Jerry, that was me. Yes.
Thank you. Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable. Bella, thumbs up, thumbs down. Bella votes yes. Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser.
Jerry, yes, from Stephen.
Thank you, Steve. Simon Weiser, 29 in the affirmative, motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is the Department of Environmental Protection is proposing to amend their code to define a food waste liquefier, which essentially is a digester that where entities, especially businesses, industry, basically mix food waste with water to break it down and then discharge it into the sewer system. So the DEP is proposing a rule to make those illegal because it's just wreaking havoc on our wastewater system, creating what are called fatbergs, just these clogging masses of fat and food. And so we would like just to go on record as approving, recommending this proposed rule change, even though the deadline is passed. But I think it's important, and our committee feels important to go on record to approve that. So, I need a motion for the board to approve this rule change for food waste liquefiers.
I make a motion, Bożena Kamiński.
Sonia seconds it, Iglesias.
Bozina and Sonia, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato, Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. Arthur Dubinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Bozena Kaminsky.
Yes.
Thank you. Ryan Coonan, Joel
Yes.
Landau, Marie Lianza.
Yes.
You sound like you're getting further away as the roll calls go. Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Mario Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Recklin, Bella Sable.
Yes, Dana Racklin's yes.
Okay. Bella Sable votes yes. Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg,
Yes.
Simon Weiser, (28) yes. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just have no more voting items, but just a few other items to mention. Next, we had community updates. First, Auntie Butheres, who is the executive director of Northbrook and Neighbors, came in to talk about what they're working on. And as mentioned, everything I've mentioned tonight, the National Grid presentation and the food digester law that's attached in the report, our committee report, as are these community updates and a few other things. So they're just some really great things that they're doing, helping converting a local school bus depot to electric vehicles, air monitoring initiative. They've really found some really disturbing but interesting findings, and they're pairing with NYU to dive deeper in analyzing those results, and soil testing, and they have a kind of a legacy map on called the Eli Project on their website. Describes just kind of the industrial and toxic history of a neighborhood. So hats off to them and Anthony. And next, we had our own Willis Elkins, who's the ED of the North Newtown Creek Alliance, to give us an update on what we're up to. And there's just a lot going on there. You can read the list in our report, but essentially, they're deeply involved with what's going on with Newtown Creek. There's kind of a two-headed monster there, with the city trying to comply with the Clean Water Act in creating their long-term pollution control plan, and specifically Newtown Creek reduce all the combined sewage overflow. And their plan is basically to reduce that by 60%, not 100. And then the other monster is the Superfund site there, in which the Environmental Protection Agency is involved with, and basically a no decision on the city's plan, basically saying that the 60% essentially is okay and it won't affect the Superfund element of the creek. But Willis did indicate that there'll be an opportunity potentially for the board to weigh in, because in this moment, the EPA is just dealing with what they call operational unit. Next, we'll be dealing with the entire creek. And I think it'd be great if the board had an opportunity to weigh in on that. And then they're just talked about just all these wonderful open space initiatives going on, the new phases of the Newtown, the Nature Walk. So you can go all the way from the end of, I guess it's Page, all the way, you can twist around the canals and end up essentially working your way into Kingsland Avenue, which is wonderful. Kingsland Wildflowers is opening up again for people. Gateway to Greenpoint is still, there's still funding issues there, but that's an open space next to the plant on Kingsland that they've been working with. And greening our roadways with pollinator gardens at the ends of some of the street ends by the creek. So really, really great what they're doing over there. Really great that they're operating in the neighborhood. And then just some
Chancellor, we're slowly losing our quorum.
Okay. Okay, I'll wrap up. Thank you, Dallas. The 34 Berry Street, the building that was built on top of what they found out to be a giant plume of chlorinated solvent and petroleum. Thanks to our committee, especially Laura Hoffman, the state DOH did an investigation just to ensure there isn't vapor intrusion into the building, and they confirmed that. So hats off to everyone for that. And the rest you can read in the report. And thanks to the committee. It was a long night. And thanks everyone for listening at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Chancellor. Transportation, Eric, and we have some votes on that. So everybody that's here, I would like you to stay so we can get these votes done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have posted the motions in the chat for everybody to refer to. I'll try to be as quick as I can. First, congratulations to all the winners tonight, and thanks to everyone that voted for me. Okay, so we met on the 2nd, last Wednesday. We had a quorum despite the glitch at the Borough President's office. Went through some housekeeping, rules of decorum to keep things civil in the meeting. Item 2 was an update by Andy Inglesby and Joe O'Donnell of MTA, giving us an update on the ADA elevator installation. The presentation was sent in the report. You can refer to it. There was no controversy with the Grand Street elevators. Tommy Torres, who is VP at Progress High School, was at a walkthrough with MTA, myself, and some others, and there really wasn't any questions about that elevator installation, except concerned about encroachment on the bike lane, which they're going to get back to me from the contractor. There is no update on Lorimer Street, except that they're still working internally to figure out if they can kill the stairs on Lorimer Street. We hope that they will do that. Don Suma, who's been very active in this fight, has resubmitted his questions to MTA that we still have not received answers for. Andy Inglesby has assured me that he will try to get as many of those answers as he can, but they don't want to say anything too soon. The work on Grand Street will begin at the end of July. The staging has already begun at Keep Street for the Metropolitan G station and will continue to be there. They expect work to start sometime at the end of the month. However, none of the work will start on the controversial portion Lorimer Metro until they have a resolution. No vote on that matter. Item 3, McGinnis Boulevard, safety improvements. You heard from the public members and Ms. Breitner, who is a member of our committee. It was a very difficult hour to sit through. You know, I'm sorry that Mr. Ogren didn't really have a chance to, you know, condense his reports, but I have to tell you that his speech at the rally the previous week was very moving, and he's been under a lot of pressure, been really part of this fight to improve the safety at McGinnis. You know, writing this report, I had to rewatch the meeting, and it was very difficult to sit through a second time. A lot of tears as I wrote this report, I have to tell you. You can read the text and all the comments in the report. They are extensive. They are from parents, students, and other stakeholders that live on and around McGinnis that cross it daily. I think we all know how dangerous McGinnis is. I think the numbers speak for themselves. They're out of proportion with the rest of the streets that are highly trafficked in our neighborhood. I know I've had conversations both at the committee level. I've had conversations with Jerry about the problems on McGinnis, and it really is time for a full and comprehensive redesign of McGinnis Boulevard to make it safer. They cut through the neighborhood in the 50s, and it's time that they make up for that sin by atoning with a plan that's safer for everybody, and I hope everybody can agree on that. In light of this, we had 3 motions that I hope that we can vote on block. They are in the chat. I will read all 3, and then we can decide if we want to have discussion on it or if we can go ahead with a vote, if that's okay with everyone in the chair. First motion, support the demands of the community for an immediate, full, and comprehensive redesign of McGinnis Boulevard from the Pulaski Bridge to Meeker Avenue. And that was made by Ms. Breitner, seconded by Mr. Vega. It was passed unanimously without objection. Second motion, and those of you that stuck around for the end of the last meeting, you'll remember that the committee voted to, as pro forma, to send letters to the appropriate parties to get responses on accident investigations. So the second motion actually is 2 separate letters, but it's one motion. And the motion is, the committee, in accordance with its standing order, recommends to the full board a letter of inquiry to Captain Velasquez of the NYPD 90th Precinct, Kings County District Attorney Eric Gonzalez, and NYPD Chief of Transportation Kim Royster in the status of the investigation into the traffic fatality at the intersection of Havemeyer and Hope Streets of Mr. Angel Aguilar Duran, and to Captain Fahey of the 94th Precinct, Kings County District Attorney Eric Gonzalez, and NYPD Chief of Transportation Kim Royster in the status of the investigation into the traffic fatality at the intersection of McGinnis Boulevard and Bayard Street of Mr. Matthew Jensen. And I can't believe I didn't say his name at the beginning. I'm so sorry to everyone listening. Matthew Jensen, teacher at PS 110, loved by the community, killed by a hit-and-run driver. That was also passed unanimously, the motion to send letters of inquiry. And the third motion was a request for a safety and lighting study of McGinnis Boulevard and Humboldt Street from Bayard Street to Herbert Street. And that was made by myself, seconded by Ms. Cronin, and also passed unanimously. And the logic behind the last motion, you'll remember that Meeker Avenue has gone through an extensive study, and there is a plan to redesign Meeker as well. We think that a lot of the heavy lifting has probably been done on that treacherous the McGinnis Humboldt exit off the BQE. This is adjacent to that, and we think it's appropriate that, and hopefully because some of the work has been done, the study could be done a little bit faster. It does meet the 90-day fatality rule by MTA, I'm sorry, for DOT to study Bayard Street, but we think it's appropriate to expand it to Herbert. So those are the three motions on that item. If there's no discussion, I'd ask for a on block vote for those three motions.
Does anyone have any objections to a block vote on these items?
No, I make a motion.
Can I say something, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the last committee, DOT committee, Transportation Committee meeting. I believe that they require far more attention to be voted on. Of course, I'm in favor. I drive regularly on McGuinness Boulevard. Is one of my routes on my Vespa, on my scooter. You know, it's quite dangerous, but I'm very respectful of the speed limit, which is 25. There are cameras, you can get a ticket. And it is unclear to me, voting now, what that implies. What is the redesign? Because voting for a study to happen, voting for a study of traffic lights, a study of that will tell us the statistic of the accident, I'm absolutely in favor. But voting now, and to the all board member, for a redesign, which will mean reduce the lane, which will mean increasing the traffic in streets where I live or where other of my neighbors live, I believe it's a rushing vote that it all involve an agenda which I want to bring to the attention of all the board members. This motion can be voted just in block. They require, I will not feel to vote it tonight, just as they are, to say what kind of redesign. What is that? 3 bikes lane, 1 only lane. Unfortunately, it was put there in the 50, but we're not going to revolutionize the infrastructure of the city, the BQE, the bridges, and all of that. Whatever safety measure we have to take, yes, but the redesign tonight, I don't know what I'm voting for. And then there is another motion, Bankers Anchor Plaza, again, is part of my daily route. I believe has a major function to decompress sometime traffic from other street. I know it looks deserted, and I like the occasionality of using as a plaza, and I know other development will take place on the street, so we do not know today what traffic will happen, but trucks pass through the street. There is industrial lot, there's industrial zoning, they need to be served. Again, I don't know what is the redesign is. I believe we are experiencing a constant agenda from other groups. They are pushing for things that are unknown at the moment. We vote in block, and then the result are certain consequences that may have impact. I asked for other studies, for quantistic study, the transportation, the Department of Transportation has not done before we vote tonight in block, and even by portion, even if we destructure by block. I want to bring this to the attention of full board. I'm not saying I'm against about voting like this. That's all. I want to bring this to the attention of everybody.
Is there any more comment? Eric?
I have a comment. This is
Wait,
Ryan.
Ryan, before you go ahead, if I may.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So Sante, I hear you, but that's actually not the vote. So the vote is to support the demands of the community for a redesign, and that by definition will include a full and comprehensive study by DOT before anything happens. And so I understand your concerns, but there will be a lot of time. Like, this isn't going to happen overnight. And for those of you that are following this issue, Assemblywoman Gallagher is going to be working with as many people as she can to get input on this issue. And so there's going to be a lot of time to talk about what can and can't happen there. So this is really just supporting the will of the community to redesign McGuinness, which I think everyone knows is like a death trap. So, I mean, I'm on McGuinness all the time. I'm on McGuinness all the time, and I see people speed past me every day. So that's it. We're not calling for specific details right now. We're just calling for We're just basically backing up the mayor who said he would put money towards a comprehensive study. That's basically what's happening here. Thank you.
I don't agree with the mayor either. I believe that it is criminal to break the law. It is criminal to speeding. Today it happened so many times. I saw people with children in a car passing on red lights, not on McGuinness in a street. So I'm definitely, I agree on that. I don't think it's an issue just to read the sign. I fear the read the sign, it will change other dynamic. And I know what you're saying, but I know that there is another agenda in the background, and the community board should be all aware. And that redesign will bring certain changes. That's why it is wanted, the redesign. And I'm not aligned with that.
Okay, Brian, who's that? Ryan has something to say?
Yeah, I just want to say we put up so many ghost bikes and so many pedestrian memorials. We spent 5 hours listening to kids, parents, family members crying. I know that you couldn't come, but like we have stuff that was unanimously voted, and you can vote no against it, but it's 10-12 at night and you didn't come to the meeting. And I think that everyone has a whole report, but there's like thousands of people that marched with the mayor asking for this.
I have the
Please let me finish. Please don't interrupt.
Allow her to finish. Go ahead, Ryan.
Just saying that we should vote, that this was unanimous. There's a report. We've heard that Sante thinks there's an agenda, and cool, but can we vote? Because that's what we're here to do.
Okay, that's the end of the conversation. That's the end of the conversation. There's no other objections to the blanket vote. Can I have a motion, please?
Sonia Iglesias makes a motion.
Phil Caponegro.
Second the motion.
Sonia and Phil, roll call vote, please.
This is a motion to accept the recommendations of the Transportation Committee, so stated in the Transportation Committee report. Is that correct, Mr. Brusadas?
Yes, three of the motions on item 2 of the Transportation Committee report.
Thank you, sir. Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
I don't know what it was.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Rosanna Kaminsky, Brian Coonan,
Yes.
Yoel Landau.
Bozina votes yes. I'm sorry.
So noted, thank you. Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza, Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe.
Jerry, yes, it's Marie.
Gotcha, thank you. Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
No.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Mario Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson, Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable. Bella votes yes. Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg,
Yes.
Simon Weiser, $25 yes, 1 no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And Jerry, just to clarify, that's actually item 3, not 2.
Thank you.
Okay, and I just one thing on item 2, Simon brought up to Andy that they're still having a problem with buses laying over on Lee Avenue. And so Andy's going to work with DOT and we're going to try to do something with them shortly. I just wanted to make that point. Item 4, congestion issues on Flushing Avenue between Kent and Clausen. Folks that know that area know how bad it is in terms of the traffic backups. Now there's a construction site there. They're encroaching on the roadway. They've taken away a parking lane, which, et cetera. It's a whole thing. So we're going to work, I've asked Simon to reach out to Board 3 because Taffy Place, which is part of this problem, is in their board and we don't want to step on their toes. So we're going to try to get a walkthrough together with somebody from CB3 and DOT to see if anything can be done there. Item 5 was the last Transportation Committee formal study conversation on open streets. I tried to put a list of recommendations together. Everyone hated it, so we withdrew it. And you know, there's just no consensus on the committee, or you know, whatever. Like we talked about this a lot, and there are still problems that need to be addressed. But as you know, my discussions with Chair Fuller and with others, you know, this is really the job of the elected officials to really get into this and get some best practices for open streets because it's now the law. So after some discussion, we decided that, and it's the third motion, that it's appropriate to form a CAG, community advisory group on the open streets issue, so that there is a clear way to assign new open streets, review existing open streets, make it usable and workable for everybody across the board, address the quality of life issues, but it really needs to be the elected officials that have to step in at this point because there's no excuse now. We're coming out of COVID. Governor keeps announcing lower and lower COVID rates, so we should really start thinking about being normal human beings again. And part of that is going to be to have a community advisory group. And so the motion was that the committee recommends that the board send a letter to all elected officials, including the district leaders, but Community Board 1, as well as New York City DOT, NYPD, FDNY, and DSNY, to impanel a community advisory group, a CAG, to assess best practices for legislatively mandated open streets program. And that was made by myself and seconded by Mr. Vega. It was not unanimous vote. We had one vote in the negative with no abstentions, but we did have a quorum.
Is there a motion?
Bill Caponegro.
Vega seconds.
Bill Caponegro, Vega. Roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tian Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera, Bill Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisa Indig, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Yes.
thank you, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Yo-
Yes.
yes, Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Mario Damaruk,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable. Thank you, Bella. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. Del Teague.
Yes.
Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieira. Maria Vieira. Yes, I see you. Stephen Wyberg.
Yeah, yes.
Simon Weiser. (28) in the affirmative, motion carries.
Great. Thanks, everyone. And I just want to, give a shout out to Jan Peterson. I sat in on her women's committee meeting, and it was really positive. And I think that over the summer, the decisions that they made at that meeting, I think will go a long way to help everybody out. Okay, so so last one was Banker's Anchor, and Banker's Anchor is those of you familiar with the Automotive High School. It's behind it, right by the Lot Radio. So it's basically a slip. So if you're on Berry, the majority of folks will make the turn including industrial vehicles, will make the turn on the left onto Banker to access the IBZ. North 15th is only used if you miss that turn, and it's very tight for a large truck or other vehicles to make. It's kind of a de facto plaza at the moment. A lot of the times, the presentation was really just well done, on point. Kevin and his crew, Kevin Lachera and his crew that put this together, they reached out to the church. They reached out to Lot Radio. They reached out to the businesses. They really did the work. Basically, it's a plaza proposal. It makes sense to everybody on the committee. It was voted for unanimously. We think it's a good thing, and I hope that the board will agree with it, and they could put in their plaza proposal. And so that was a motion to support the plan for Banker's Anchor Plaza on North 15th Street from Berry Street to Banker Street as proposed in the presentation. And those of you, I sent it around. And again, passed unanimously without objection or abstention.
I'll make a motion. Trina.
Trina
Vega seconds.
Trina makes a motion, Vega seconded. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski. Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Tian Brooks. Eric Brusadas.
Yes.
Tom Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro. Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chirichella. Teresa Cinciata. Giovanni D'Amato. Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes, Giovanni D'Amato, yes.
I have you. Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster.
Yeah.
Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Katie Denny Horowitz. Sonia Iglesia. Moisha Indig. Ozina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Ryan Coonan. Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza.
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz. Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Maselli.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. Toby Moskovitz. Martin Needleman.
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman. Mario Damark.
Abstention.
Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Bella Sable. Yes. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. Del Teague.
Yes.
Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieira.
The rest of my life to blow up.
Maria Vieira.
Think.
Stephen
Having trouble
Whitehead.
unmuting, yes.
Yes.
Simon Weiser.
Jerry, Isaac Sofer said yes in the chat. I don't know if you can count that or not.
All right, so noted. Let me find him
Jerry?
here.
It's Sonia. Did you get my vote?
Uh,
I say yes.
no, I have it now. Thank you.
And Ryan Coonan votes yes too.
So noted, Ryan. Thank you. Twenty-six yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry.
Great, thank you, everyone. And so just to quickly run through the rest, you can read it. Over the summer, I've asked members to volunteer to go through old Transportation Committee reports, old letters from the board to DOT, et cetera, just any outstanding issues that we haven't gotten answers on that we really need to get answers on. So I'll actually be sending an invitation to the full board for anyone that wants to volunteer to help work on that. Old business, there are some concerns about getting information on the Sarah Pitts death. I'll work with DOT to see if we can get some answers on that based on the 90-day review rather than having to file a FOIL request. And then new business, so there's a school on Stagg. It's a pre-K between Lorimer and Leonard. And Ms. Rika Shimada has been trying to get a school crossing sign, a stoplight, because there's one on every other intersection except for Stagg and Lorimer. And she's been told over and over again, no, it doesn't meet the warrants, or it's not workable. And then she asked for it a few months ago, and then DOT told her that she could reapply in July, which is certainly not 36 months. So we'd love it if the board could send a letter to DOT asking when the last study of that area is, and it's the Stagg Street Center for Children Pre-K, and it's Stagg Street between Lorimer and Leonard. So if Jerry and Marie, if we can get a letter out to DOT to ask them when the last study was done. And so if we're in the window, it's a school, so it gets priority. So hopefully we can get a proper study done there and get some resolution for the parents that have to cross those streets. And then Ms. Horowitz, who joined the meeting, thank you for coming. There's going to be a walkthrough with the tour by North Brooklyn Parks Alliance of the park under the K Bridge, which just opened last week. And the Commissioner Gottman is coming for that tour. Evergreen will also hopefully be involved in that, and myself if I can make it. And that's it. So everybody have a great summer. There won't be a meeting until September. I thank you all for a very difficult year and putting up with me and my rants and all the work that we've done. But I hope you think that the work we do is important, and I really do thank everybody on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We appreciate
Madam
all the
Chair.
work everybody does, and it's not easy, but we thank everybody. I'd like to acknowledge Pincus Hyken from Controller's Office. Next report, bear with us.
Madam Chair, if I may,
reports.
if I may, in a related matter, to follow up with Eric, Graham Avenue between Meeker and Frost, since the repaving, they painted no crosswalks in that area. So you have Richardson Street, you have Herbert Street, you have 2 bus stops one on each side of Graham Avenue, and DOT refused to put in any crosswalks. So I've been hounding them. Finally, they're coming out with the pedestrian unit to take a look at it this Thursday at 10 a.m. I'll do a memo tomorrow, but it was just confirmed with Keith Bray. He's going to come out and he's going to look at it. So that's Graham between Meeker and Frost. We'll probably meet at the board office. He said it'll only be for about a half hour, so 10 o'clock. So if anybody's available and they want to walk through with us, more than happy to have the help. You've got the schools on both sides. You've got kids walking from Cooper Park to go to 126, and there's just no crosswalks. It's just a horrible situation. Like I said, since the repaving, it's been like that, and we've been, trying to get them out there, and they're finally coming out this Thursday at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. I'll try to be there. And yes, I've noticed that myself, but I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry, for bringing that to our attention. As we know, the community board is the eyes and ears of the community. If we see anything in the community that needs our attention, bring it to the attention of your committee chair or to the office. Thank you. Dan Peterson, Women's Issues.
Oh, the fourth. Just 2 points from the Women's Committee. One is Eric just brought up that we had a meeting on open streets. And I want to just put out here that I and a lot of people are quite concerned about the way the community has been taking on handling differences they're having with each other. We're at a very important place where a lot of hard decisions are being made that affect many people's lives, that do require the kind of thoughtfulness that Sanjay was just talking about. So when we ran our meeting on open streets, we wanted mainly to do it is to bring people from different sides together and let people really hear each other, because open streets are going to be here, but they don't have to be everywhere. And there does have to be protocols about how, which street, where, and how. And people that live on these streets should have a right to say something. So we spent, and that's what Eric is saying, that we will be pulling out the information that came out of that meeting. We had the United Nations there and several other groups that are really looking at public space. And I want to say that I am generally, and it's too late at night to be frustrated at all, frustrated at the lack of depth that we have about really important issues like what is public and what is public space. The Met Pool, the open streets, the parks are all public space. And there are many issues that people are having in each of these places because we have not clarified clearly what we require of any city agency, any private sector group when they come here. And that's why it's always admirable to listen to the liquor group and the work that Tom Burrows and that committee has done, because they really worked out a protocol. So we're suggesting that we need to have a protocol. And I don't believe, and that's fine, that the city council people should take a role, Eric, but I think our own community has to make decisions about what we think are the protocols that need to be done. Otherwise, we can have another Met Pool that is poorly used, hardly used at all, because the pool people won't see the pool as public. You know, and then you have Hanny yelling and other people. So I just wanted to bring up that we're gonna focus in depth about what is public, what is the role that we as a community have to say, but we also use a set of basic agreements.
I'm out. Bye.
What? Who's yelling? Is somebody yelling? Anyway, we are saying, I'm going to send to all the committee chairs the basic agreements that we use for running our meeting, because this was a lovely meeting tonight. We had hard issues. People listened respectfully by and large, and we need to be able to do that. And I'm not trying to lecture. I'm saying we can't solve the issues of this community if we don't come together and take more time. And we obviously don't have enough time at these meetings. So I just wanted to bring that up, and thank you for listening to me. And I just had my 80th birthday, which I know you're all happy to know, and I feel very empowered by having it, and feel very good about the years of being part of the community board. So thank you. And I want to admire Eric. I can't imagine anybody, and now he gets embarrassed, but can you imagine running that committee with the amount of things that are in transportation? You know, I mean, Tom Burrows too. So I just want to do a shout out to the two of you for caring and doing the heavy lifting. And that doesn't mean other people aren't. But once in a while, we need to appreciate what each other does. And I will thank you. So Sanjay and I are going to keep looking at what does it mean to have open space, and what does it mean to have the right protocols for people to participate. And we're going to bring them forth and I know that someday D'Ellis will tell us about her big win that seems to be occurring at Lindsay Park, because there are good things happening, but they have a lot to do with how do people participate. Thank you. very much.
Thank you, Jan. I'd like to wish you a happy belated birthday and wish you many, many more. And thank you for all your service to the community. Parks and Waterfront, Phil?
Thank you, Dallas. Make this real fast, everybody. We have, our next meeting is June 23rd at 6:30, Wednesday evening. And I did want to, it's been mentioned a few times tonight, but I wanted to bring up the Metro Pool for a second. I looked into this. I have no idea why this pool is closed. We as a community need this pool open, and the rec center too. So I would like to make a motion for a letter to be sent to the mayor and the Parks Commissioner to open up Metro Pool and Rec Center immediately. That's it.
Yeah,
I make a I make the motion, second the motion.
Second.
Jan, who second?
I think Sonia.
Sonia. Roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks, Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera, Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater, Arthur Divinowski, T. Willis Elkins,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Dina Kaminsky, Ryan Coonan,
Yes.
Joel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes. Hi, Jerry, you forgot about me, Bozina Kaminsky, yes.
thank you, so noted, Abraham Leibovitz, Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Sante Maselli,
Same.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, Mario Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Bella Sable. Bella votes yes. Isaac Sofer, Robert Solano, Del Teague,
Yes.
Tommy Torres, William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg, Simon Weiser,
Yes. You hear me, Jay?
yes, thank you.
We all hear you, Simon.
Oh, we just made quorum, 24 yes,
That's what I was afraid of.
1 abstention, motion carries.
Oh, okay,
Phil, can I add one thing to our parks, to the parks report? It's
Go
Trina.
ahead, Al, go ahead.
And what I want to add is that the news that Mary Salag gave birth to a baby girl last week.
Oh,
Mama and
yay.
baby are doing well. Her name
Oh,
is
great.
Ivy.
Great.
Ivy Ann, I believe her name is Mary.
Ivy Ann, that's right.
Ivy Ann, right.
Maybe now she'll care about the women's swim.
A shout out to Mary. Okay, God bless her.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you for sharing that, Trina. Give Mary our congratulations and best wishes. That concludes our committee reports. Parks Department as written. Is there any old business? Is there any new business?
I just want to note, Ben Solitaire noted in the chat that he wanted to say something.
Ben didn't sign up. You know, we can't keep running our meetings like this. It's in our notice. We send a notice to the chair, the chairpersons of the committees when they get their reports in to let us know when they're given a report. We make a list, and that's what we go by. We send a notice to the elected officials. We ask them to sign up to speak, and a list is made, and that's what we go by. We can't keep going all over the place. We're just wearing ourselves out. Elected officials, from now on, if you want to speak, sign up and call the office. Okay?
I mean,
Is that-
I have a question, Chair.
Yes.
You know, we're talking about inefficiency. That's what you're talking about, where people have to register they have to sign up to speak, and they have to give ample notice, and it's all about inefficiency. Yet this meeting is rampant with inefficiency. And I'm not talking to you, Chair, I'm talking to all of us as board members, especially those who come in to do a vote, but we never see their faces, they're not participating in full meetings, and they don't know what the hell is going on. We've been on Zoom or WebEx for over a year, and we're still dealing with rampant inefficiencies and actually like complete disrespect for each other by not paying attention and being cognizant of what is happening. We're on this call until 10:45 right now because it took us an hour to get through an election, because some people don't even know other people's names. They're calling you Alice. I mean, this is wild. So where do we as a board, and you as our chair and Simon as our vice chair, how do we wrangle everybody together? Because this is like unacceptable to have to do a second work day so that we can manage people's inefficiencies and lack of commitment to the work that we're doing here. I mean, I just have to say that because I just find this bizarre that we're talking about wasting so much time to give people, and where's the democracy in any of the way that we did this election? You know, the whole thing is nonsense. And how much longer are we going to be on Zoom that we have to continue to deal with this nonsense? The city is going back to work. The vaccinations are available. I want to see people in person instead of having them call Jerry in the office. I'm sorry, I'm aggravated. This is every month is the same thing. And we are completely disrespecting the community and each other by allowing this to continue. And it is not democratic. This is not community led. This is, you know, Jan, you're talking about the community making decisions and decide. That's not what's going on here. There's none of that happening here. I'm aggravated that we've been on this.
Now you have to have recommendations. So let's talk further. I think you have a very good point. People that care about this need to talk with each other and come forth with proposals.
I'm tired of talking. We're talking about inefficiencies, and we're talking about people that sit on this board to maintain power and control, that do not contribute, do not know who anybody else is on the board, do not show their face, do not participate in anything that happens in our community. That's what we're talking about. So if we want to be truly community-led, then we need to be reflective of our community. So our future elected officials and borough president need to make sure that they step up. And B, we as board members have to hold each other accountable.
I agree.
Thank you, thank you.
Ridiculous.
Thank you, Dana. I understand your passion, and I've tried to make these meetings as seamless as possible. That's why I just went through everything about how we set up the speaking. I've tried to make this as seamless as possible. As far as going back.
Alice, what you're doing, Chairwoman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when you're talking about the speaker signing up as a way to create efficiency, that's like not even the problem. In fact, we should be hearing from people from the community, and we should be hearing from each other. Like, I wanted to speak tonight, and I was told I couldn't because I didn't give 20 days notice. You know, like, it's not about, that's not where the inefficiency is coming from, and that's not where the disconnect is coming from. The disconnect is coming from the unbelievable power and control that a few people have, and how they use and manipulate that power and control to keep the mass of the community out of decision making and agenda driving. That is what I am saying. And I want to be on the record saying that that is the problem.
Okay, Dana, you didn't speak because we go by the bylaws. We have to go by the bylaws.
You know what, Chairwoman? There's tons of bylaws that you guys violated tonight. You violated bylaws tonight. The fact that this was in the election, the candidates weren't in the agenda is a violation of the bylaws. So and I could give you a whole list of other ones. I don't want to hear it. I want to hear that everybody on this board, that especially as an executive leadership, is going to step up and do the things that they are supposed to do based on the bylaws. This is out of control. Every month, this is what our meeting looks like for 5 hours. And having people call in on the phone that we don't see their face, how do you know who's calling?
We know them.
And how much do they care about this community and what happens here if they're just calling in for a vote for the executive committee instead of being on this call for the 5 hours every month to make votes about things that matter?
Dana, there's people on the phone and on computers in every meeting. There's nothing to say a person can't call into a meeting. I understand what you're saying. I take it seriously. And any of the issues that I can address, I will address them. But I cannot legislate respect and do your due diligence. People signed up as adults to get on this board. It's not up to me to patrol them and make sure that they conduct themselves accordingly. We sign up because this is what we want to do, and it's not my position to, keep after you to do what you're supposed to do. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. Everybody miss meetings. Everybody, we gotta grant people some grace. People do what they can do. I can't legislate morals and values. And I understand what you're saying. Like I said, anything that I can address, I will address it. If there's anything further that you would like to discuss with me, feel free to call me up. I'll talk to you about anything you want to talk to. Thank you.
I appreciate that. My message was not just to you, it's to this entire board. And for people that claim to have certain values, but don't actually represent those values in these meetings. It's to everybody on this board. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. And I'm sure we all hear you preaching to the choir. We're here. We hear you. And hopefully people will hear what you say and try to do better. Is there any other
Madam Chair?
May I say something?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm new here, so you all may have discussed this before, but I mentioned it in the chat to Dana's point that there are relatively new tools that were created in WebEx that could help with some of the efficiencies like voting and things like that, so that maybe it wouldn't take an hour and might give chance for the elected official representatives to speak, because I know Ben and someone from the mayor's office had asked to speak as well. So if it's time, maybe the tools that are available, and I'd be happy to connect anyone, whether it's you or anyone helping to facilitate the meetings, introduce them to those tools to see if it might work with some of the time issues.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It is so disrespectful that we have community board members that don't even know the names of the executive board. That's inexcusable. They don't even know the names, and I'm sure they didn't know the issues we were discussing, which are very important. So I think this, as the chair, the executive board, you need to hold people, community board members, more accountable. Otherwise, why are they sitting? They're not participating. They didn't even know your name. They didn't even know DLT or Gina. I mean, it's inexcusable. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Also, Madam Chair, can I say something? Because a month ago, I believe me and Eric Brusaitis, which were part of the attendance committee, we had called for an attendance committee meeting, which we had for months. It's 1 year. People, they leave after 20 minutes. We don't even know who they are. Now I discover, of course, as Dana said, they don't even know who your name is, but why we didn't have an attendance committee meeting? Why now the meeting was even postponed, I don't know for what reason, to the summer when the year is done, is finished. We should have had that attendance committee meeting several months ago. I called for it publicly, and Eric Brusaitis called it too. just to clarify, that's where it's not up to you, but it's up to the committee. And I'm not the chair, no, Eric was the chair.
Actually,
Yeah.
3 years ago, we set new rules with the attendance committee set rules, trying to regulate some of the problems we were having with attendance and with people coming to meetings to sign in and then leaving the meetings and not being there throughout the meetings. We've been down that road before and nothing ever came of it. And we really need to address it.
For the record, Rabbi Niederman is the chair of attendance.
I think we know that, Eric. Yeah. But generally, if a committee is not having meetings on a regular basis, I'll send an email and ask
Chair.
them to have a meeting.
Chair, can I
Is
say
that-
something?
Chair, excuse me, Sonia.
That's something.
Wasn't there
Can I say
issue?
something?
It's not, this issue is not because of COVID or the WebEx or what have you. As long as I've been in the committee, as long as I've been on the board, it's been an issue forever, the attendance. And I know that the board president and they fight us back and due process, a whole bunch of nonsense. The recommendation to remove people because of attendance have been made. We have to figure out from the higher ups what's going on, because I know for a fact there was recommendation made, people were removed, put back, all of a sudden, excuse absences, what have you. It's not the committee, it's not the executive, it's not the attendance. You're talking about those who are doing the appointing and the reappointments. I think those are people we have to address.
And as far as anybody, as far as going back in person, we have not been released to go back in person. The governor will tell us when to go back. We're not, we get emails on it every month. They tell, we're still, we're still out. Until they tell us we can go back in person, we will be doing remote.
Well,
Somebody else has something they want to say?
yes, thank you. We have
Hello?
district manager reports and the chairperson's reports. We haven't seen those in about a year. Will those start up again?
Well, you want to consume paper.
We're talking about bylaws.
Okay, somebody else has something to say?
You don't
I
have
think
to
I heard
print them,
Simon.
Alice. You can send them, print them once
Huh?
and scan them. You don't have to single paper.
They're set electronically.
No, but they're bulky to send through your computer, and
Oh my God.
they're very bulky. So
I think we'd
Listen.
like to see the reports, Dialis.
we don't have a problem with it. There's nothing to hide. Did I hear Simon? Was you trying to say something?
No, I'm just saying, we keep on hearing this issue, but the main concern is that we voted many years ago that at 9 o'clock we have to close the meeting. I do understand the issue of voting, about the voting issue. That takes up so much time. But look, the vote takes time, and it took time today. I don't understand what, I would use the word crying baby because, it takes time, but what can you do? You jump to the COVID issue, it takes another hour till it's more than an hour now. It's 11 o'clock nearly, so that's the problem. The meeting's taking so long, and many people can't sit for the meetings 4 or 5 hours, It should be finished by 9. So you have to understand some board members can't sit out the whole meeting. That's all.
Is there any other new business? If nothing else, I hope all minds are clear and we're taking into consideration everything that was said and try to do everything, make sure that we do the suggestions that everybody wanted to do. And with that, I'd like to thank everybody for trying to be mindful of the time. At least we're getting out about an hour earlier tonight. And I thank
Madam Chair?
everybody for their compliances. And I would like to have a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair? Wait,
Yes.
I just wanted to say, we've got to really look at ourselves. This is a commitment issue. It's not about anybody else. We have to check ourselves and see how we're going to measure accountability. And I make a motion and the meeting.
To adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. Meeting adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Good night. God bless you all.
Thank you, likewise.
Thank you all.
Night. See you next month.
Good night.
Good night. Stay safe. Stay well.
You too.
Thanks, Dad.